All right, is counsel ready for the jury? Okay, thank you, Deputy. Okay, please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Okay, is the defense prepared to call its next witness?
We call Dr. Lawrence Miller.
Please come forward, Dr. Miller. And would you please stand behind the witness chair? And raise your right hand, please. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer questions pertaining to this case?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Good morning, Judge.
And you can remove your mask. And would you please state your full name and spell it?
Lawrence Miller, Laurence, Miller, Miller.
Okay. Dr. Miller, a couple things to keep in mind when you're testifying. The court reporter is taking down everything that's being said. So only one person can talk at a time. Please wait till the question is finished before you answer. And the lawyers have been instructed that they should not ask another question until you finish your answer. You have to answer with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head or saying uh-huh or uh-uh. If an objection is made, please stop talking immediately and do not answer the question unless I tell you to. And then finally, if you need clarification of a question, please don't hesitate to let the lawyer know. Okay?
I understand.
Okay. Mr. Ng?
Dr. Miller, how old a man are you?
Excuse me?
How old are you?
70 years old.
No, how old are you?
How am I? A little cold, but fine.
No, how old are you?
70.
Okay. And where did you fly in from to be here?
I flew in from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
You have an accent. Where did you grow up initially?
I grew up in New York, in the New York area, for the first 38 years of my life, and was educated in New York.
Okay. Let's start with your education. Do you have a college degree?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that.
Well, I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College of the City University of New York.
What was the major?
Psychology.
Did you go on to an advanced degree beyond a BA?
Beyond the BA, I obtained a master's degree from that same college in neuroscience and experimental neurophysiology.
What year was that, if you recall?
That was 1978.
Did you go further beyond your master's degree to get a PhD?
Yes, I obtained my PhD from City College of the City University of New York in 1988.
What was your emphasis for your PhD?
Clinical neuropsychology.
What was the title of your thesis?
I did my dissertation on neuropsychological functioning, brain functioning in psychopaths.
Are you a psychologist?
Yes.
What does a psychologist do?
Psychologist is a doctoral level professional who specializes in the evaluation and treatment of mental disorders, and in some cases mental disorders caused by problems in brain functioning and neuropsychological impairment.
And how long have you been in the practice of being a psychologist?
Well, I've been licensed as a psychologist in independent practice since 1990, as a trainee probably 6 to 8 years prior to that.
Do you have specialties in your practice as a psychologist?
That's correct.
Do you have specialties?
Yes.
Tell us what they are.
Well, one specialty is clinical psychology, which is what most people think of psychologists doing, which is evaluating and treating patients for various problems, family matters, adults, children.
Are you also a forensic psychologist?
That's correct. The forensic psychology aspect deals with matters of psychology as applied to law, civil cases involving personal injury, workers' compensation cases, criminal law in terms of evaluation for competency to stand trial, insanity defenses, prediction of dangerousness, and so on.
Do you also practice neuropsychology?
Neuropsychology is the direct application of brain science to behavioral disorders, and it ranges everything from dealing with children with learning disorders all the way up through older folks with various types of dementia.
Do you also practice in the area of police psychology?
Well, police psychology is kind of a hybrid specialty between organizational psychology, clinical psychology, and forensic psychology. And there you apply behavioral science to various aspects of law enforcement. It's kind of broad. It can deal with anything from hostage negotiation, de-escalation training, stress management, but also dealing with officer-involved shootings and the psychological factors that can both influence a shooting incident and the effects of that shooting on everyone concerned.
How long have you practiced police psychology?
Approximately 20 to 25 years.
In the course of your career, have you published?
Yes.
How many books have you written?
I think it's about 12 at this point.
Showing you the practical police psychology. Is this one of your books, Professor?
Yes, it is.
Doctor? What's this book about?
That basically instructs officers on managing their stress related to the profession of policing, but also in crisis management, dealing with various types of crisis situations, and specifically ways of de-escalating in order to avoid use of force. Also dealing with such topics as police officer suicide, critical incident stress, hostage negotiation, and other special unit policing.
This was recently published.
Excuse me?
This was recently published.
That book goes back to 2006.
Okay. How about this one, Psychology of Police Deadly Force Encounters? Did you write this one too?
Yes.
This is the newer book.
That was, I believe, published in 2020, and that deals more in a more focused way with the psychology of police shootings themselves.
How many books, in addition to this, have you written? I may have asked, but I want to ask again.
I think 10 other books on various topics.
Have you also published articles in professional and peer-reviewed journals?
Yes.
What's a peer-reviewed journal, by the way?
A peer-reviewed article is an article that has been evaluated by one's professional peers. In other words, it's evaluated for its adherence to scientific principles, its coverage of the literature, and its credibility as it relates to other aspects of the field.
Have you also published articles in non-peer review magazines and journals?
Well, I like to write for both a professional audience, but I think psychology needs to be known outside the field, so I do try to write for a popular audience. I've written online articles, magazine articles, and so on.
Have you taught as well?
Yes.
Where are you teaching now?
Well, currently I'm teaching at Florida Atlantic University.
What courses are you teaching there?
I teach a course in clinical psychology, a course in neuropsychology, a course in psychology and law, and a course in police psychology.
Are you a full-time professor there or an adjunct?
I'm an adjunct.
Okay. And in your working life, what else do you do besides teach then? Practice? You engage in your practice as a psychologist?
I have my clinical practice. I have my forensic work where I work with the various civil and criminal courts in various types of cases, brain injury cases, criminal cases, personal injury cases. I also on occasion conduct seminars for various groups, and these can be criminal justice people or mental health people on various topics relating to psychology and the law. And then I have my special cases that I do, which is what brings me here today.
Okay. We could go for another hour on all the articles you've written, but they are included in your CV, which is Defense Exhibit 1000. Is that right?
Yes.
Offer 1000.
Objection to Exhibit 1000.
Yes, Your Honor, hearsay.
The objection is overruled, and the exhibit will be received into evidence.
Now you were approached by the defense to assist us in certain concepts called action error and slip and capture error. Did we retain you to assist us?
Yes.
How much did you charge us?
My flat fee for my total involvement in this case was $30,000.
Okay, and that includes interviews with the defense, the review of the interviews with others, the review of the file, writing a report, coming here today.
It includes everything that I've done for this case, from the beginning consultation with the attorneys through reviewing records, clinical interviews of relevant personnel, producing a written report, consultations with the attorneys, preparing for testimony, and of course getting on the plane and coming here today.
And is it your practice to charge flat fees? Is that what you've established in terms of your fee schedule?
Different experts do it in different ways. Some like to charge by the hour and submit a very detailed invoice for time spent and materials used. I've been doing forensic psychology in one form or another for about a quarter of a century, and I found it simply more efficient to sort of prorate what a typical case will involve, the number of hours it typically takes, and then just base a flat fee on that instead of submitting a 20-page itemized invoice.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to ask you about some topics, and then we'll get to action errors and slip and capture in a moment. But let's start with how skills and knowledge is learned, how memories are formed. Can you help us with that? What are the stages of learning and memory?
We like to believe that we're always in control of our actions, but most of what we do on a daily basis really occurs on an automatic level. And in fact, we couldn't function if that weren't the case. Think about everything you simply did today just to prepare to come here, all the little actions you took in preparations in the morning. If you had to think and deliberate about each thing you did, you'd trip over your own mental feet. So much of what we do, both in personal life and in terms of the skills we perform, whatever those skills are in a profession we may have, is something that achieves a certain automaticity. We sort of go on automatic. Think about driving a car. The first time you learn to drive a car, it seemed like an impossible task. Now you can do it literally unconscious basis and think about other things, talk to people in the car, and so on. And so in order for that to happen, that information has to get into your brain.
And is there a term in your field called input?
Well, one of the stages of memory is input. In other words, you have to be able to pay attention to something sufficiently for it to get into the brain in the first place. If you're not attending to it, if you don't see it or hear it or perceive it, then you're not going to be able to recall it later, not because you can't recall it, but because it didn't get there in the first place.
Is there another term in your field called consolidation?
The interesting thing about the way the brain processes memory is it's an ongoing process. What we're speaking about now is still in the process of being formatted. And if something were to happen to interrupt that process, you may not recall what I said a few seconds ago. But as time proceeds, structures in the brain format that memory, and they begin to place it in different relevant storage areas in the brain. And this is something that goes on and on and on literally throughout your life. Every time you encounter something that's similar to a previous memory, it interlinks with that, it forms synapses, and so what you get is this kind of holistic gestalt of knowledge that you call upon when you need it.
And how are memories retrieved then? I mean, you've talked about input, consolidation, storing the memories. How are they retrieved?
All the storage in the world is not going to do much good if you can't get the memory when you want it. And it's quite amazing, if I were to ask you some specific questions, how you could come up with the answer almost instantaneously, considering the billions of bits of information that you have. So there are structures in the brain that then go back, search the memory, and pick out those specific instances that you want to recall, whether it's knowledge memory in terms of a topic that you want to expound about, or if it's a skill that has to be done quickly, efficiently, instantaneously, without thinking. And again, that's why most of what people do on a skilled basis, they do on an automatic level and use the other parts of their brain when an unusual circumstance presents itself.
Is there a term that you've come to know in your field called multiple representation?
When we say storage in the brain, it's not like there's a certain file cabinet for each individual memory. So memories that have to do with driving, for example, might have to do with the prices of automobiles. Memories that have to do with the prices of automobiles might have to do with the state of the economy. Memories that have to do with the state of the economy might have to do with how you're going to drive to work that day. So that's why your memory is always being reformed. From the moment you're born till the moment you die, information is being updated, annotated. Information that comes in has to integrate itself with information that's been in your brain for the longest amount of time.
All right. Let me ask you this then. Consistent with the way memories are formed, do certain skills and behaviors that we have become more practiced and thus more automatic?
Right. The more you do something, especially if it's the same kind of thing, over and over and over again, the less you have to consciously think about it. And again, nature builds that into our brains because that enables us to have efficiency of operation. Imagine having to think about everything you did. Most of what you do, especially if it's the same routine on a regular basis, are things that you do automatically because that's how the brain wants you to work.
In connection with how that happens, are you familiar with the term System 1 and System 2?
This was a concept that was developed by a cognitive psychologist named Kahneman to basically describe what's part of a larger process. Again, it's what I was saying before. System 1 is a kind of code that's used to refer to the kind of automatic, instantaneous, not thinking about it, shooting from the hip, all the phrases we use to describe things that we do that don't take any real degree of conscious deliberation. Now, the way you get to that is by utilizing System 1. Remember, we're rarely born knowing most things. We have to learn them. The way we learn them is by practice. The more practice you do, the better you get at it. The better you get at it, the more automatic it becomes. And so I don't want to think of System 1 and System 2 as like two totally separate things. It's kind of an interaction. And the more different ways you now apply this new skill, and the more different circumstances and experience you get with those circumstances, the more integrated that knowledge becomes, and the more likely it is to be called upon in a situation where you have to think fast and act fast.
Well, you've described System 1. How about System 2?
And that's the thinking, more deliberative, more slow processing part of the brain. Typically, we reserve those aspects of thinking for things that are unusual, atypical, less well learned, less well practiced, and less automatic. So just to use driving as an example, if you're driving down the road and it's a route you've taken before and you're not thinking about it and suddenly the road is closed or a car cuts you off, now you've got to focus on something different. You've got to engage your conscious deliberative process and figure out what to do in that novel situation. And that takes a little more time, and in most cases it's done successfully, but there may be circumstances where if the focus is so intense and the stress factor is so intense that System 2 type of thinking may become hijacked and superseded by the System 1 thinking that has been in operation for the longer period of time.
Well, do they usually work in coordination, the two systems, 1 and 2?
I'm sorry, could you
Do
repeat
they
the
usually
question?
work in coordination with each other, the systems 1 and 2?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing this right now. I mean, you're paying attention, you're writing things down, you're listening, the court reporter is typing. These are things that you've all been trained to do and done thousands and millions of times before. What's novel is what we're talking about. These may be new topics, it may be a new environment. So that, the brain says use your frontal lobe cortical thinking part of your brain for the things that you need to think about. And the things that you don't need to think about, like how to write something down on a pad or how to use a particular device, those are the things that are done on that automatic System 1 level.
Okay. And as the skill for a person becomes more integrated and automatic, is there a gradual transfer from System 1 to System 2?
Well, that's the whole point. It's a gradual transfer. So, at any given time, there are certain things that are completely automatic. There are some things that are sort of in between, and there are some things that are relatively novel. And that, pretty much describes the situations that we encounter in life.
Okay. In the brain imaging studies that you've worked with and studied, have you found in the literature that the brain actually uses less energy with respect to more skilled in practice and automatic thinking as opposed to System 1 or System 2, I should say?
It's counterintuitive because you think as the brain becomes more skilled, it would use more energy, but it's just the opposite. As you become more skilled at a task, fewer parts of the brain have to chip in and contribute to that task. It's very similar to, again, the car example. The first time you learned to drive a car, it was all systems on deck. You had to think about it. You had to use your vision, your audition, your every sense, and to try to figure out how to work that machine. And what happened was, over time, it became so automatic that the driving program under ordinary circumstances is now overlearned and routine. And the brain no longer has to work as hard to perform these skilled activities as it did when you first learned it. And again, that's what the brain wants to do. It doesn't want to waste any energy. Keep the simple things simple and save the really intensive brain power for the things that are unusual and more challenging.
Would that apply, for example, in playing a musical instrument?
I'm sorry, what?
Would it apply, for example, in playing a musical instrument?
Well, that's another good example. I mean, if there are any musicians in the room today, they understand that the first couple of times you tried to play something, you wondered, how could anybody do this? Now, maybe a couple of years later in your practice, and it seems like what we call second nature. Well, it's not nature. You practiced. You became good at it. It became more automatic. And just think about anything you do in life that's in that category. We do so many things automatically because that's how our brains have trained us to do it.
Would a surgeon completing surgery be another example of that?
Yeah, I mean, this is very important and very complex skills. Where this often comes up in skills such as aviation, surgery, medical skills. It's very important that if a surgeon is performing, hundreds and hundreds of operations of the same type, that some aspects of that operation are going to be routine. But the surgeon is focusing on are those unusual aspects of a particular procedure that may cause him to zero in more with that System 2 thinking and try to figure out what to do in a more deliberative, conscious, reasoning kind of way. But the only reason he's able to, or she is able to do that, is because other aspects of the procedure have been overlearned, have been well practiced, and don't require that intensive type of concentration.
Can the same thing occur with firearms training, for example?
Firearms training is a specialized skill in law enforcement. One of the reasons that we want all professionals, whether it's police officers, paramedics, firefighters, EMTs, to practice is because we want most of the things to be automatic. And in fact, if you speak to officers who have been involved in officer-involved shooting, many times what they'll say is...
The objection is sustained.
Okay. Well, stay with what other officers have told you. I just wondered if it happens in firearms training as well. Fair
Yes,
enough?
it does.
Okay. All right. What's muscle memory?
Well, it's an interesting term because your muscles really don't remember anything. The only way your muscles know anything is by what the brain tells it. Your muscles are hooked up to nerve fibers, which in turn are hooked up to neurons in the spinal cord, which get their direction from cells in the brain. So the brain tells the spinal cord to tell the muscles what to do. The learning part of that process is what happens in the brain. And then when the brain becomes more efficient at a task, it tells your spinal cord to tell those particular combinations of hundreds, if not thousands of muscles, how to behave in a given circumstance, whether it's driving a car or practicing on a firing range.
Okay. What happens in the brain when a person learns a new skill, and how that new skill interacts with the old skill already learned?
Well, one of the cognitive psychologists will tell you that one of the principles of memory is last hired, first fired. In other words, the brain does not forget anything. If you learn something new, especially if it's different from, in some respects, similar to, but in other respects different from the old knowledge, what happens is the old memory, the old skills, they become overwritten. And so in most circumstances, after a while, you become more proficient in using the new program, the new skill. But there are circumstances under which the old skill, remember, it's there in the background, that may become what we call prepotent. Prepotent simply means most likely to occur under certain circumstances, and it may overwhelm the training that occurred more recently with the new skill.
Well, this brings us to a term in psychology called the action error. You're familiar with that term?
Yes.
Would you explain to the jury what an action error is?
An action error is a sequence of responses in which an intended action has an unintended effect, especially where this does not have to do with outside interference, willful neglect, or conscious manipulation. Plain language, you intend to do one thing, think you're doing that thing, but do something else, and only realize later that the action that you intended was not the one you took.
Well, are these action errors unusual in our lives?
They occur all the time.
Could you give us some examples?
Well, I mean, action errors occur all the time. Simple examples are the first couple of weeks of the new year. Many of us will write the previous year on a check or on the top of a paper. Of course, we know it's a different year. We know it's 21 and not 2020. But if we're distracted or we're thinking about something else, that old memory comes back. Other examples include if you're in a traffic circumstance and a car cuts you off. How many times has this happened where you impulsively and instinctively slam on the brake? Even though stopping may not be the proper thing to do if you have time to think about it, but that's an overlearned response. You've braked and braked and braked so many times, that's what comes to the fore. And I'm sure, we can all think of a plethora of examples in our own lives where this has happened. And again, typically they're trivial and we laugh to ourselves and we say, how could I do that? How could I be so silly? That was a silly mistake. Well, it wasn't silly. It was that old action program coming back for that moment because your attention was distracted while you were intending to do something else.
Well, another example would be password confusion. You change your password and you use your old password, for example.
Well, we've all gone through that. Somebody hacks your account and you have to change your password, and most of the time you remember the new password, but if you're thinking about something that's extraneous and instinctively you plug in the old password, and the only thing that lets you know it was wrong is the little error message comes up, and then you go, oh, that's right, I changed the password.
There are examples, though, of action errors that occur that are far more serious than what you've just described.
Well, if we're only limited to passwords and checks, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation, and it wouldn't have been such an intensive area of study for almost the past 40 or 50 years.
Well, give us some examples of action errors that have been harmful.
Action errors can occur in medicine, where if a medical personnel are being trained on a new procedure, and they are trained just to the point of criteria. In other words, they know how to pass the test and get certified in using that procedure, but they've been using a different procedure for several years prior, and then a circumstance occurs where it's a high critical circumstance, it's one of these emergency room situations, the brain may default to the old program. And these have actually happened, and the medical community takes a very active interest in studying this because obviously the goal is to prevent this from happening.
But yet it does.
It does occasionally, yes.
And how about in the fields of military, nuclear energy, aviation? Does it happen in those areas as well? And if so, how?
Probably the industry with the largest record of studying action errors is the aviation industry. Because here, if a mistake is made, we can only imagine the tragic consequences. And there have been circumstances where, in a cockpit, personnel who have been trained in a procedure or in a particular type of aircraft, and they've flown this aircraft maybe dozens of times, but have flown previous aircraft hundreds of times, or maybe even thousands of hours of flight, in a very high-stress circumstance, which involves the safety of everybody aboard that plane. They will reflexively default to the previous action pattern, and it's an error because that causes the plane to lose an engine and in some cases to crash.
During an action error, I think you touched on this, does the individual involved realize that the error is taking place at the time it's taking place?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
When an action error occurs, does the individual who commits the action error understand that the action error is taking place when it does?
Well, that's what makes it an error. During the action itself, the person thinks that they are performing one action when they're performing something else. Typically what happens is when the intended result does not occur, they realize the action was an incorrect one. But while they're doing it, they think they're doing thing one while they're doing thing two.
What are the critical factors in the literature that contribute to action errors?
Again, as they've been studied in aviation, in medicine, the nuclear power industry is another active area where this is studied. There are three main factors, and that is hyperarousal. The person is under.
What's that mean?
That means the person is under an extreme degree of stress. But what's interesting, it's not the arousal itself necessarily that causes the action error. It's the other two factors that are associated with it. Like hyper distractibility, hyper focus. When you are in an extremely emotional state, you zero in on the thing that seems to be most dangerous, most critical, and because you're zeroing in on one particular aspect of that situation, the thing that is causing in your mind the greatest peril and danger, you're tuning out everything else. So you've got hyper focus caused by this hyper arousal, and of course what that means is you get the third factor, which is a distraction of attention. Because you're zeroed in, you're tuning out everything else. And if you look at almost all of the action errors that occur, especially the ones that have been studied, and they've been studied because they've had a tragic outcome, it's these three main factors in various combinations that are responsible for the unfortunate event that occurs.
When you talked about the factors, is there a relationship between System 1 and System 2 thinking that is involved in those reactions too?
I'm sorry, could you...
Is there a relationship between System 1 and System 2 thinking, as you've described it, with what you've just described as the critical factors?
So again, when you're performing any skill, you're operating mostly on your System 1 thinking. Most things are automatic, most things are routine, and you're keeping System 2 in reserve just in case something unusual happens and you have to sort of tune in and concentrate a little bit harder. And that's how it works. When you're driving a car, flying a plane, performing surgery, there are going to be some aspects of it that are very routine and common, and there are a couple of things that you need to use your brain on. You have to change a route or stop because a car stops in front of you. But if it's a high-stress circumstance, extremely high arousal, what happens is that System 2 then gets knocked offline. It's not there to overcorrect for the previous System 1 action error, the previous overlearned response, which used to be the right response, might have saved your life in the old situation, but now, in fact, is superseding the more newly learned response, and that's what's taking something that ordinarily would have saved your life. Now it's putting your life in danger.
There's a phrase that I read in your books, it's not the object, it's the action.
Well, a lot of times, people say, how could you not know the difference between this particular object or that particular object? And in the example that you raised before, in firearms, how could you not know the difference between, let's say, what a flashlight or a baton or a taser looks like and a firearm? And these are all objects that have been confused with a firearm in various cases. So the point is, it's not the object, meaning there's nothing wrong with that person's perception. If you put the two objects in front of them, they can easily tell the difference. But the perception isn't working. It's offline. The program is not running because the previously learned response says this is what you do in an emergency situation. This is what you've been trained far more times than the new learning, and that's what becomes what we call the prepotent response.
Is there another phrase from your literature that it, quote, it's not the action, it's the outcome?
Yeah, when something, I'm explaining a very common psychological process that we've all gone through, we can all relate to. But almost in every case, fortunately, they don't lead to a tragic outcome. But what makes an action error, the critical ones, the ones we pay attention to, the aviation accidents, the surgical mishaps, or the law enforcement cases, is that there occurs a tipping point where the action that is taken, the prepotent action, happens to be one that can have a lethal outcome, whether it's pressing the wrong lever or moving the switch in the wrong direction on an airplane, whether it's using the wrong instrument or the wrong medication dose in a hospital, or drawing the wrong weapon in an officer-involved shooting circumstance.
Let's go then to what can contribute to action errors in police work. And one of the topics in your literature and your writing that is discussed is what's called an optimum arousal level. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
All right, so that's not a term that I invented. This goes back.
You've referenced it in your books. Okay, go ahead.
In order to do anything well, you have to be in a certain zone of arousal. In other words, you can't be too laid back and chill and uninterested, because you're not going to have the motivation to do that skill well, whatever that skill happens to be. So you have to be a little bit pumped up, a little bit enthusiastic, a little bit motivated to do it. What happens is, as that arousal increases to the point where it starts becoming fear or agitation or panic, then you have the opposite effect. Then it begins to degrade your performance. Again, we've all experienced situations where we've been motivated to do something, but maybe the pressure is on, and we talk about sometimes choking under pressure or doing the wrong thing because we just got too hyped up. And so as long as we're in that range, and that range can be fairly wide, we do well. So typically what happens is, when you have something like an action error occurring, it's occurring because that person has gone beyond. They have exceeded the optimum level of arousal for that particular task, so that higher levels of arousal no longer help, but now begin to hurt efficiency in performing that task.
Okay. And that includes such factors as hyperfocus, tunnel vision.
Well, hyperfocus, hyperarousal is what we mean by being outside that zone, okay. And hyperfocus and distraction of attention are the main factors that being out of that zone tend to produce.
In your 25 years of experience with working with police psychology, have you studied critical incidences, shootings, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. And you've worked with officers who've been involved in such incidents, have you not?
That's right.
Okay. And many of them involve deadly force?
Some of them, yes.
So what are the factors that would contribute to an action error in a law enforcement setting?
Well, any situation that involves an extreme degree of stress, which usually means a threat to life. We mean by a critical incident, we mean an incident where there is some credible threat to the safety or life of a police officer, of a citizen, of bystanders, and that requires an immediate response. Critical incidents don't only occur in law enforcement; they occur in medical, emergency room settings. They occur in firefighting and first responders. But here we're applying critical incidents to law enforcement, and in those cases, the factors usually involve an extremely compressed time frame. The person has to act very quickly, sometimes instantaneously. There is that high threat to life and safety. Often there are confusing and changing circumstances. The circumstances may be ambiguous. You're in a scene and you're not quite sure what's going on, and what's going on may change from second to second. And put all these things together, and this creates a high state of arousal and agitation, and that is exactly the kind of perfect storm for the production of an action error.
We've heard about the term weapon confusion. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Okay. Is weapon confusion a form of an action error?
Well, weapon confusion is a subset of action error that applies to a specific law enforcement circumstance where...
Is there a particular term for it that you know?
Well, a term that's been used for it is something called a slip and capture error.
Explain what slip is and what capture is, then.
That term was coined by a police psychologist and refers to the fact that under these states that are conducive to action errors, these states of high arousal, hyperfocus, and impaired attention, the ability of System 1 to pick out the correct response slips away, and the actual performance, the actual behavior is captured by the older, more well-entrenched, more baked-in knowledge program that the person has been carrying around long before the newer, and in this case, what would have been the more appropriate program has a chance to engage.
Has that process happened in the literature in the arena of weapon confusion?
That's right.
Confusing, say, a taser for a gun.
That's the most typical example of what's meant by weapon confusion shooting.
Now, when you were talking about action errors before we got to slip and capture, you were talking about critical states and circumstances that would likely cause an action error in terms of police conduct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Or are there other factors that might well contribute to an action error when a police officer confronts an individual?
Well, we already know that action errors are more likely to occur under states of hyperarousal, hyperfocus, and distraction of attention. And we know that in critical incidents, you do have many of these factors occurring. Officers will typically report hyperfocus in the form of what's called tunnel vision. They're zeroed in on one aspect, usually the most dangerous aspect of a circumstance, and will tune out other goings-on and other things in the surrounding. They're under extreme time pressure. They're under circumstances that are confused and changing. And so, so what might be the types of circumstances that would produce that kind of high-wired psychological state in a police officer? And these are, police officers deal with citizens on a daily basis. In any given day, there are hundreds of thousands of police-citizen contacts, most of which are uneventful. The ones that do qualify as critical incidents usually involve situations where police officers have reason to believe there's a high danger level. And those are the ones that we're talking about.
How about whether or not the subject is intoxicated?
Well, things like a subject may be intoxicated, a subject may be mentally impaired, subject does not respond in the usual way that you'd expect a citizen to respond to a police officer, such as obeying a lawful command. If an attempt is made to arrest the suspect or the subject, the citizen may resist. Of course, if the citizen becomes violent or tries to flee the encounter or does anything that could potentially put the officers or other citizens in danger, and especially if you have a combination of these factors, that's more likely to produce these states of hyperfocus, tunnel vision, hyperarousal, distraction of attention, which in turn, if an action error is going to occur, that's the proper recipe for something like that to happen.
In traffic stops, or in the police work that you've studied and experienced in your 25 years, are there certain risk factors that may also contribute to an action error?
And these are just a special example of the risk factors that we mentioned above. One of the most dangerous things about a traffic stop is you don't know who's in the car. It's the factor of the unknown. And so, people often wonder why, if there's a traffic stop, do you need so many police officers responding? Well, we all know.
Objection, Your Honor, this witness is not a police officer.
The objection is sustained for lack of foundation. You may lay additional foundation.
Sure. Have you studied in your 25 years the risk factors, for example, that may contribute to an action error in a traffic stop?
Yes.
I mean, you've done hundreds of interviews of police officers, which we can't talk about, obviously, but you have interviewed a lot of police officers who've been in these kind of things, in traffic stops. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, not all of the officers I've worked with have been in traffic stops specifically, but yes, a fair number of them have.
Yeah, you've seen hundreds of videotapes over the course of your career, and you've reviewed the literature of the stressors involved, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. So what are some of the risk stops, the factors that maybe come in play in a traffic stop?
Well, very similar to what we described above. I mean, the subject may not respond to lawful commands. You don't know the occupants of the vehicle. If, in fact, you discover that there may be outstanding warrants or the vehicle may have been stolen or other factors that lead one to believe that this person may show resistance, in some case violence resistance. These are all factors that sort of build up cumulatively in the first responder's mind. And the reason is because first responders know that there have been circumstances where this has led to the death or injury of police officers and other citizens. And so the radar is likely to be on high alert in these circumstances. And then what often happens is if you analyze many of these cases, you look at the videos, you interview the officers, what you see is a tipping point.
What do you mean by tipping point?
At some point, a subject resists a command, resists arrest, does something which, if only that thing hadn't been done, the situation may have ended with an arrest or even with a, have a nice day. But for whatever reason, somebody went somewhere, a word was exchanged here, an elbow went there, and a tragic result occurred. And it's disconcerting when that happens, because when you go back and you look at this and you run the scenarios in retrospect, you realize how many different ways these things could have turned out.
Okay. So it's a combination of all the factors that you've talked about.
Well, that's exactly it. We're talking about cumulative factors. There's no one thing that causes an action error. You have a set of circumstances that creates a certain emotional climate and a sense of danger. Then you have actions that are done by the citizen, actions that are done by the police, and if those sort of align in a particular way, then you have what we call the unfortunately rare occurrence of an action error that causes a tragic outcome.
And one of the factors that you've studied in the aftermath of such an error has to do with the police officer's memory of it. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And what have you studied in that regard?
Many police officers are themselves surprised that they don't recall certain aspects of what went on in the scene itself. Sometimes when they're questioned by authorities, do you recall what happened? The officer will say, I don't recall, or I have a spotty memory. And that relates to what we talked about earlier, about the different stages of memory: input, consolidation, storage, and retrieval. Most of the time, and again, it's not just police officers. If anybody here has ever been involved in a very frightening experience and lived to tell about it, there may be some aspects of it, and you look back and you say, I don't know how I got out of that car. Or, I don't know how I evaded that truck that was about to hit me, but somehow, next thing I knew, I was on the side of the road and I was okay. And that's because it's not a matter of not retrieving the information. Remember, the information didn't get in the first place. You were focused on something else. The officer was focused on surviving that encounter, and not only surviving that encounter, but hopefully ensuring the survival of other people on the scene. So the reason you can't recall it, and that officer can't recall it, is he or she, it didn't get into his or her brain in the first place. And if it did, it didn't have time to be consolidated by this memory formatting process in order to be stored in a way that could later be recalled.
What's a flashbulb memory? Is that in connection with what you just described?
Again, the paradox is where some memories may be missing or distorted, other memories may be the officer may be acutely aware of them. And again, these are typically memories for those specific aspects that presented the danger. Sometimes this is called weapon focus effect. It doesn't happen just to police officers. Crime victims, well, when asked to identify an assailant, will say, I don't even know what the guy's face looked like. I wasn't looking at his face. I was looking at the knife or the gun or the weapon that they were pointed at me. So again, the point is, what we're describing in the case of police officers is simply a special application of cognitive processes that occur in all emergency situations, except in all emergency situations, you're not dealing with first responders who are charged with a very special task of protecting life and safety.
So in sum, it would be fair to say that action errors do exist, have been studied in the literature, and a subsection of an action error is a slip and capture error. Fair enough?
That would be a fair statement, yes.
Okay. And that's what you've just described to us.
Yes, it is.
No further questions.
Counsel, you may cross.
Good morning, Dr. Miller.
Good morning.
Welcome to Minnesota.
Thank you.
I hope the weather is treating you okay thus far.
When I can move, yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about some of the questions you were asked on direct, a little bit about your experience. I know you've written a number of articles, you've gone through a lot of school, but you talked about one of the areas of expertise you've developed is as a police psychologist. Is that right?
Yes.
And police psychology as a specialty, that wasn't recognized by the American Psychological Association until 2013, right?
As it happens, it is. There is actually a special section of the American Psychological Association called Police and Public Safety Psychology. It's called the section. The APA, American Psychological Association, has, I don't know how many different sections, but that is now one of them.
And that's a recent change, as of 2013.
I don't recall the date, but I'll accept that.
But in any case, the work that you do in terms of the way that you make your income, it's primarily on behalf of police and police entities, right?
I'm just going to ask you to speak up just a little bit, please.
You work primarily with police officers and police departments?
Well, that's one aspect of my practice. That's not my entire clinical practice.
But a lot of your consulting and the work that you do that generates income is for police departments and police officers, right?
Some of it, yes.
And are you still working closely with law enforcement in your local area?
Yes.
And that includes the West Palm Beach Police Department, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Is that right?
Those are the two main agencies that I work with on a regular basis.
But you've also worked with national police organizations, other types of police forum venues, if you will.
Well, I do consulting, expert witnessing, and a lot of training with many of these other agencies around the country.
And you're also affiliated with Police One, correct?
Police One, the website, yes. I have a webpage on that.
And that website, that's a site for the law enforcement community, right?
For the law enforcement community and also other professionals who work with law enforcement.
So they have a lot of articles and resources for police officers on that site, right?
That's right.
And some law enforcement only content as well. Fair?
I'm sorry, some what content?
If you're a member, you can log in and get some law enforcement only content, correct?
I think that's right, yes.
Okay. And you're identified on their website as a police columnist, as well as all of the other things you do, right?
Yes.
And you've written a number of articles for Police One over the years, correct?
That's right.
And many of them are listed in your pretty voluminous CV, right?
That's right.
And you spent, I think you told counsel, 25 years or so of your career working with law enforcement.
That's right.
And you also mentioned that you testify as part of your consulting work on behalf of police officers, right?
That's one of the things I do, yes.
And that's primarily who you testify for police officers, police departments.
What do you mean by for?
In terms of, well, you mentioned civil and maybe criminal litigation. Typically, when you're offering testimony or you're consulting, that's on behalf of the police officer or, in a criminal case, the defendant, right?
In most of those cases, yes.
And I know you said it's not the only thing that you do, but that's a big income generator, right?
It's one of them, yes.
And for this case, you were paid, you said $30,000 for your work, is that right?
That's right.
And that you described involving today's testimony, but also an interview with the defendant, Ms. Potter, correct?
Yes.
And you said that there was also a review of records, right?
Yes.
That was part of your review. But you didn't review the whole file in this case, correct?
The entire file, no.
You, in your report, identified the materials you reviewed, correct?
Well, I reviewed somewhat more than those materials. Those in my report are the ones I felt were most relevant to me formulating my opinion.
Okay. And in your report, you identified, I think, 3 documents and 1 composite video clip. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't review any training materials in this case, correct?
I did review some training materials, but I did not put those in my report.
Well, you didn't review any department policies.
I don't have the entire file with me, which was, a big stack, but I do recall reviewing training records, training materials, SOPs, other documents, transcripts of other witness statements, and a wide variety of things that didn't all work their way into my report. Otherwise, it would have been a 100-page report.
Well, in your report, you included just a few of those materials, right? Including the transcript of a statement by Officer Lucky, the summary of video recordings, the complaint, and I believe the composite video, correct?
Yes.
And then a lot of your report is dedicated to your commentary on your interview with the defendant, Ms. Potter. Is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say that the majority of the information that you got came directly from the defendant, Ms. Potter,
Well,
right?
yes, she was the focus of this case.
I'm going to talk a little bit about that interview with the defendant a little bit later, but let's get back to some of the work that you do more broadly. You talked about System 1 and System 2 processes as part of sort of those psychological components when it comes to how our brains work, right?
Well, that's the way I'm conceptualizing this case for the jury, yes.
And you talked about how things that are learned early on become sort of regular, sort of automatic type of behaviors, correct?
Yes.
And that would include things that we would learn, at childhood, for instance. Fair?
Well, I mean, some of these things go back to childhood, but we also do quite a bit amount of learning as adults.
Sure, we continue to learn as we grow older. Is that fair?
Yes.
But things like learning left from right, that's something that's done at an early age, right?
Yes, hopefully, yes.
Now, getting back to some of the training that you do, I think you talked a little bit about training. You provide some training to law enforcement officers as well, right?
Yes.
And that includes how to manage stress, ways to avoid using force, things like that.
That's essentially right, yeah.
And you've written, I think there was a book shown, you've written a number of papers and books even about the management of stress for law enforcement officers, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that managing stress is an important part of a law enforcement officer's job?
A law enforcement officer and anyone who finds himself in a high-stress circumstance during their job, yeah.
And you'd agree that it's a high-stress job being a police officer?
Yes, it is.
They encounter stressful situations often?
Even if it's not often, even if it's occasionally, the ones that they do encounter can be quite stressful and quite dangerous.
And so managing that stress is an important part of doing that job, correct?
That would be right.
Including things like determining when to use force, how much force to use, things like that.
Well, that's actually more of tactical training. In terms of the procedures used, that's more of a tactical issue than a stress-related issue.
Fair enough. So other people train on what force to use and when, but for your purposes as a psychologist, in terms of imparting that knowledge, it's important for you, in your profession, to impart on officers how to manage their stress, how to make decisions under stress, things like that.
That would be right.
And you mentioned a variety of articles, and I know that you said that you wrote for Police One as well. One of the articles that you wrote for Police One in 2010 was called Understanding an Officer's Reaction to That One Big Mistake. Do you recall that?
I do recall that title, yes.
And you called those OBMs for short. Is that right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
The abbreviation for that was OBM, One Big Mistake?
One big mistake, right.
You also referred to that as OBFU, correct?
That's right.
And that stands for what?
OBM stands for one big mistake.
And OBFU, which you said it was also known as, stands for one big fuck up, right?
Well, I'd rather you say it than me, but yes.
Okay. But in that article, you use those abbreviations to refer to those terminologies, correct?
Well, I used the abbreviations, but the terms were used by the police officers themselves.
Okay. And so in that article, you acknowledge that OBMs, however you characterize them, are preventable, right?
Some of them are, yeah.
And in that article, you wrote, quote, "Yes, class, you've heard me say this 1,000 times before, but the fact is many OBM incidents occur in response to the deer in headlights freeze response that occurs when officers aren't sure what to do and have to wing it on the spot. And many of these mental choke points are preventable through the use of proper training and practice. This includes proficiency with firearms, non-lethals, vehicles, and communication equipment. It also means basic expertise in proper approach, citizen confrontation, vehicle stop, dwelling search, use of backup, suspect search, physical restraint, and arrest technique. Equally important is training in verbal communication and nonviolent conflict resolution skills so that potentially dangerous situations can be diffused before they require cuffs, volts, or bullets. Those were your words, right?
No police psychologist or no police officer is going to contest the fact that the more training, the better. But the whole concept that we're discussing today is despite training, and in fact relies on training, that certain types of training may become more prominent than others.
You answered the question. Those were your words, correct?
Well, I'll give that long paragraph a yes.
But you're acknowledging that, at least as early as this Article 2010 and likely before, that this is an important part of the knowledge that you're imparting on these officers who are reading your articles, right?
Could you just repeat and rephrase that, please?
Prevention is half the battle, essentially, right? Is sort of the takeaway.
Prevention is always preferable than follow-up, yes.
And you mentioned that training can play a big role in that. So things like scenario-based training, trainings on managing stress and making decisions under stress can help prevent these types of things from happening, right?
Well, the whole concept of training is good is something that nobody's going to contest.
And you've been training officers on how to do these types of things, manage stress for decades, right?
Right, not the operational aspect, but the stress management.
The stress management. Essentially, to help them have these situations turn out the best way possible. Fair?
Yeah, that's fair, yes.
And that's because you're aware that stress can affect how people behave, right?
Yes.
Can impatience also influence someone's behavior?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Impatience. Can that affect how someone will behave?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by impatience.
Well, if someone acts impatiently, that can influence how a situation will turn out. Fair?
By impatiently, do you mean impulsively? Because impatiently seems to imply sort of a lack of wanting to wait for something. And I'm not sure how that would apply to this type of circumstance.
Well, if a person acts impulsively or impatiently or acts too quickly, that can affect how a situation will turn out. Fair?
I can't say that's fair only because quickly is not synonymous with impatiently. People can act quickly and act adaptively, and in fact, most of the circumstances that we're talking about, that's exactly what happens.
All right, that's enough. That's an answer to my question. Thanks. So if you can't answer that clearly what you've talked about is stress management, right? Stress management is something important for officers, right?
Yes.
And part of the way that they're trained to manage stress is to suppress certain behaviors when it's necessary under stress, right?
Well, preparation for a particular task is one way of handling stress. The more competence...
It's a yes or no question, sir.
Can we go back to the question?
Excuse me. Everybody has to follow the rules. Please don't interrupt him when he's in the middle of a sentence. Let him finish his answer before you ask the next question. Did you need the question repeated?
Yes, could you please repeat?
It's a yes or no question, sir. Are officers trained to control their stress?
They often are and should be, yes.
And when it comes to the brain and how the brain functions, you discussed about how our brains can be flexible, how we can change behaviors, right?
Yes.
I think you said something about, I don't know if it was the frontal lobe, but some portion of our brain allows us to plan an action, but also to shift gears when appropriate, right?
Yes.
And I think you said that we save brain power for things that are more challenging, where we have to focus on unusual aspects. Fair?
Well, we save the thinking and reflecting part of our brain power for those purposes, yes.
And again, training and experience has a lot to do with how someone will respond to a stressful situation. Fair?
That's fair.
And someone who has been trained repeatedly is better able to control and manage stress and better able to adapt. Fair?
All things being equal, that is correct.
And you were also asked about high-stress jobs, things not only like law enforcement, but also other fields. There are lots of high-stress jobs, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat that last one, please.
You mentioned aviation, things like medicine. There are other types of high-stress jobs, correct?
Yes.
But with fields like those and law enforcement where people have to deal with high stress, through your psychological experience and the training that you impart particularly on officers, is the training done so that officers can and that they are expected to be better prepared to respond appropriately in those situations?
Yes, I think I said that earlier.
Okay. You talked about the job of a police officer, right? And that sometimes there are other factors that might come into play with respect to an individual suspect's behavior. Fair?
I'm not sure what you mean by other factors.
Well, you mentioned sometimes people might be under the influence of drugs, right?
Well, those are factors that would heighten an officer's arousal level to danger, yes.
Sure. Sometimes people flee. Sometimes people can be violent. You mentioned those examples.
Yes, I did.
And those are all things that officers are trained to respond to, right?
That's right.
You also talked about the term slip and capture as a particular way that action error has been sort of adapted for law enforcement, right?
Yes.
But slip and capture isn't a term that's generally accepted in the field of psychology at large, is it?
Well, it's not a diagnosis, but it's simply a way of describing a cognitive phenomenon.
But that's a term, the slip and capture term, that you and others in the field of policing have coined, correct?
That we do what?
That's a term used in the field of police psychology, right?
Yes, it's used.
And used by individuals like Dr. Bill Lewinsky.
Yes.
And you relied on his prior work in formulating your opinions in this case?
I don't rely on anything that Dr. Lewinsky said in formulating my opinion on this case other than simply the use of the term slip and capture.
Okay. And you're aware that his research has been characterized as junk science in other forums as well?
I don't know what you mean by characterized.
Well, the term slip and capture has no foundation in the general field of psychology at large, right?
The term may not, but the concept certainly does, and that's what we mean by an action error.
Okay. So we can talk about action errors. As applying the term action error in this case, you're relying on your knowledge of research into the area of stress and perception, and sort of the general psychological term of action error. Fair?
Well, no, it's not a general psychological term. If you looked at the bibliography that I appended to my report, you'll see there are numerous references in peer-reviewed journals of descriptions of action errors occurring in the different fields that you mentioned earlier.
Sure. So action error is a term that has been studied in psychology, but slip and capture, not so much. True?
The actual term, again, is something that was applied, so it would be a handy phrase that people in law enforcement could use who are not familiar with the literature on action errors, but the term is almost irrelevant because it's describing the same phenomenon.
But when it comes to law enforcement, there's really not much peer-reviewed research connecting the research on stress with a police officer's action in firing a weapon, right?
No, that's not correct. There's a whole literature on cognitive distortions and other types of errors that occur in officer-involved shootings, much of which I built my book around to sort of have a handy compendium for researchers and law enforcement personnel to describe. So everything we know about officer-involved shooting and the cognitive processes that occur in those emergency critical incidents does have a long research and clinical practice history.
So some of those phenomena that you described include, you said, cognitive distortions. Is that right?
Yes.
And you used a term, I think that was referred to as tunnel vision or visual hyperfocus, right?
Yes.
And that's what you described as where, under these stressful conditions, someone will zero in on the threat or the suspect and sort of tune everything else out, right?
That's essentially the concept, yes.
And you talked about weapon focus being part of that as well, where people will focus on the weapon and not the surrounding circumstances.
Weapon focus is an example of tunnel vision.
Basically, tunnel vision being a condition where they would focus on that threat and not register what's going on or what people are doing or saying around them.
That's essentially correct.
Okay, so getting back to this concept of action error and these other fields that you mentioned, medicine, aviation, things like that, you describe that action errors are a known phenomenon in life, right?
Well, they are very common, yes.
And because action errors can happen, there are a lot of policies and procedures and systems in place to prevent fatal consequences of an action error, right?
Well, the action errors that we strive to prevent are precisely those that can cause a danger not just to ourselves but to other people.
And in striving to prevent those types of action errors, you mentioned medicine, things, there are policies in place where, for example, there are checks on systems and how medicine is administered in hospitals, things like that, right?
Yes.
And in aviation, there are different knobs and different buttons that are different colors and in different places, multiple buttons to press so that there's sort of checks on the system. Fair?
Yes.
And your report talks about this phenomenon of action error, but it doesn't talk about error avoidance or error detection or error mitigation, right?
Yes, and there is a reason for that.
But those things are all also studied and known in the field of psychology and also human factors, right, in the way that these issues are addressed in the real world.
I'm not sure I understand the last question.
There are systems in place to address action errors in many professions, including medicine, aviation, and policing, right?
In those two professions, the first step is to identify them, to characterize them, and only then can we begin to develop ways of trying to mitigate them or to prevent them. And since the study of action errors in law enforcement is much more recent, we're still in the process of validating, cataloging, describing the types of action errors that occur. And of course, the hope is that just like these other professions, we'll get to a point where we can design mitigatory strategies for preventing these in the future, or at least minimizing them.
So there are things in place, systems in place, to minimize or prevent fatal consequences from action errors, right?
Not as well developed in law enforcement yet as occurs in these other fields you mentioned.
Okay. Well, there are things in place in law enforcement that you'd agree are similar to the things in place in other fields. For example, things like design. There are systems of design that can be implemented to address action error. Fair?
Could you be more specific, please?
So things can be designed to look different from one another. For instance, a taser can be bright yellow while a gun can be black, right?
That's correct.
And that design difference is one way to make noticeable the differences in those two devices. Fair?
That's the intention, yes.
And there are things like policies and procedures in place in terms of how officers are required to carry their weapons, for instance, to address this type of risk, right?
Yes.
For instance, like carrying your taser on the opposite side of your duty firearm, right? Using the opposite side of your duty belt.
Yes.
Things like having different holsters, different mechanisms for draw, right?
Again, I'm not testifying here as a tactical expert, but in a general sense, I would agree with that statement.
And you'd agree that practice handling those weapons can help to reduce those errors as well. Fair?
And the more practice, the better the effect.
And things like handling a weapon on a daily basis can help with that as well, right?
Right. Practice with any technique, the more it's practiced, the more it gets baked into the brain, the more likely it is to occur when you need it.
So I'm going to get to your interview with the defendant in this case. You indicated that you did conduct an interview.
Yes. Okay, the objection is sustained.
Dr. Miller, just a few more questions. You reviewed video in this case, correct?
I'm sorry?
You reviewed some video in this case?
Yes.
And you'd agree that the defendant's handgun was just inches below Officer Lucky's face when she fired?
The objection is sustained.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is there redirect?
A couple of questions for you, Dr.
Sure.
Miller. Okay. Despite training in error avoidance and error detection, in the industries that you've studied, action errors still happen.
Yes, we can't control every circumstance.
In medicine, for example, how many errors occur? How many deaths occur every year as a result of action errors?
Objection, lack of foundation.
If you know.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
According to one source, over 1 million a year. These don't necessarily involve serious injury or death, but just errors that occur in which an adverse outcome does occur.
And this is a profession that is highly trained to know that they can happen, and they still do.
I mean, I'm not an expert on medical procedure, but that would be a logical assumption.
And they still occur where there's a great deal of training involved.
Yeah, I mean, the broader point is it's unrealistic to expect zero errors in any profession. Our goal as responsible professionals is to bring that number as low as possible.
But it still happens. Yes?
I'm sorry?
It still happens, though.
And so far they still happen. But again, that doesn't relieve us of the responsibility of still trying to reduce how often they happen.
Thank you.
Is there any cross?
Briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Miller, you testified that there are many action errors that occur in medicine, correct?
That's my knowledge, yes.
How many of them are fatal errors?
I have no statistics on that. I don't know.
How many planes fall out of the sky every day?
Fortunately, very few.
Nothing further.
Anything further? Okay. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our morning break, so 20 minutes. Okay, you may be seated. When we were conferring with the headsets on, we were talking about the fact that my prior ruling was that although there could be testimony about slip and capture, no person could, no expert is entitled to testify that that actually happened with respect to Officer Potter on April 11. So there's going to be a rebuttal expert as well on the slip and capture issue. If you open the door to that, either side, well, if the state opens the door to anything of that sort, getting into her testimony or her statements to the expert, I am going to allow recall of Dr. Miller to have him testify. So just so we're clear on that.
And just to be
Okay.
clear for the state, Your Honor, we are asking that Dr. Miller not be released from his subpoena so that he may be recalled in the event we do wish to recall him.
Counsel, that's a legitimate request.
I missed the last phrase.
That's a legitimate request. Okay. All right.
Available today, Your Honor.
Right. Okay. Thank you, counsel. Yes, you may.
Number one, the state has subpoenaed Dr. Miller. We'd like to have him stay at his hotel, which is at the Hyatt downtown. We have rides coordinated so we can bring him back here. But I don't see any point in having him sit in a room for all day either. But I'll honor the subpoena, of course, but we'd like him to stay at his hotel instead.
How quickly can he get here?
Well, about 15 minutes.
Okay. That should be fine.
And
Right.
there is a rebuttal witness. We've not heard about it.
Right.
The state has not indicated any witness to be called today. And I know that the court referenced the rebuttal witness.
Yeah.
We'd like notice.
All right. Is the state intending to call the rebuttal witness expert?
Your Honor, the state's rebuttal is entirely dependent on the testimony of the defendant at this point.
Okay, so you haven't decided yet. All right. I just want to make it clear that if Officer Potter testifies inconsistently with what she said to Dr. Miller, I think it's fair game for the state to call Dr. Miller to testify. Okay? That is not going to open the door to the defense asking the ultimate question. I just want to make that crystal clear, okay?
So I know, Your Honor, if they ask questions on that report, did you say this? Did you say that? And now the jury knows that she was interviewed by Dr. Miller, and they're going to wonder what the diagnosis was. We never mentioned that she was interviewed by Dr. Miller. That opens the door, doesn't it?
No, because, Mr. Gray, that would just be pure impeachment of her factual testimony.
Okay, what happens if she says, no, I didn't say that? It was on a Zoom meeting, and it wasn't recorded, and she says, I didn't say that. And then they recall Miller. Does that open the door?
No, because it would just be pure impeachment of
Well, now we
her
have
factual testimony.
Well, now we have a situation where he interviewed her, he wrote a report, and they're going into that, and we can't show the result of his interview and his report, even though they're going into it. That's not fair to the defendant, Your Honor. Totally not fair.
Well, Mr. Gray, that's my ruling.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't make any mistakes.
Okay.
I don't want to do that.
All right. Okay. Let's get the jury.
Your Honor,
okay?
before we do that, if it is the defense's intention to call the defendant at this point, I think we have to make a proper record before that happens.
We already did.
I think I already asked Officer Potter whether or not she still wanted to testify.
I would just confirm that as of today, I would just make an additional record, Your Honor.
Well, is your decision the same?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you. Oh.
Just that. That'd be fun. Thank you.
Okay, just that. Okay. Please be seated. The state may call its next witness,
Yes, ma'am.
or, excuse me, the defense.
Yes, sir. Defense calls Kim Potter to the stand.
Okay, Miss Potter? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer questions?
I do.
This case.
I do, Your Honor.
Please have a seat, and please remove your mask. And Ms. Potter, I gave the rules for testifying, and you've been in the courtroom. Do you need for me to repeat them?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. State your full name and spell it.
Kimberly, Kimberlyann, Potter, Potter.
All right, counsel?
Thank you. Ms. Potter, will you speak into the mic? Because both of your lawyers have a hard time hearing.
Yes, there's just the next here.
Okay. You stated your full name. How old are you, ma'am?
49.
And are you married?
Yes.
And is your husband in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
And what's his name?
Jeff Potter.
And how long have you been married?
Over 25 years.
And when did you first meet your husband?
When I was 15.
You were in high school?
Yes.
And did you reunite much later?
Yes, when I was in college.
And what does your husband do?
He works for a healthcare system now.
Is he a retired police officer also?
Yes, he is.
And where was he a police officer?
Fridley, Minnesota.
Was he also a member of a drug task force?
Yes, he was.
And with respect to your children, do you have children?
Yes.
And what are they, 2 boys?
I have 2 boys,
And what are their names?
Nicholas and Samuel.
And are they in the courtroom?
No, they're not.
And where is Nicholas?
He's an active duty Marine.
And where's that at?
He's currently stationed in Florida.
And your other son, where's he at?
He's in college in North Dakota.
And are they going to be home for the holidays?
Yes, they will.
Is your mother in the courtroom?
Yes.
And your sister?
No, she's not.
But is your brother in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
And besides your brother and your mother, your father is deceased?
Yes.
And do you have any other siblings?
I have another sister and a brother.
And what are they? Do you know what their ages are?
My sister, my oldest sister's in her 50s, and my other brother's in his 50s also.
And what do they do for a living?
My sister works for a medical device company. My oldest brother works for a parking company, and my other brother works for retail.
Going back to when you were a youngster, where did you go to elementary school?
Immaculate Conception Catholic School,
And where was that located or is located?
Columbia Heights, Minnesota.
And did you live in that neighborhood?
Yes, I did.
While you were at elementary school, while you were going to that school, did you have a police officer visit your school?
Yes.
And do you actually know his name today?
Yes, it's Officer Michael McGee,
And where was he a police officer
the
at?
Columbia Heights Police Department.
And why was he at your school?
He was doing bicycle safety for grade school kids.
And you remembered his name. Anything else that was significant about him that caused you to do something in your life?
He was, on that occasion, he really influenced me as a youngster that the police are good people, and I wanted to be something like that someday.
And because of that, and because of him being at your school, did you start out doing that?
Yes.
And what was your first job or volunteer work as some type of a law enforcement officer, student, explorer, school cop?
Well, the first thing I did was when junior high, was a school patrol officer, if that counts.
Yes, that does count. And what did a school patrol officer do back then?
It was junior high, so we helped the younger grade school age children get across the street.
And did you continue to do that throughout junior high?
Yes, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
And after getting into high school, what did you do?
The Fridley Police Department came to my high school and had a booth set up for the Fridley Police Explorers.
And did you join the Explorers?
Yes, I did.
Why did you join the Explorers? First of all, what is an Explorer?
It's part of the Boy Scouts of America. It's a area where you can have career enhancement, or you can learn about different jobs like law enforcement or firefighting, things of that nature.
And were you an explorer throughout your high school days?
Yes, I was.
I can't remember if I asked you what high school you went to.
Totino Grace High School in Fridley.
With respect to criminal justice or law enforcement, while you were in high school, besides being an explorer, did you do anything else?
I had jobs.
Okay, what was your job?
My first job was at a gas station.
What did you do there?
Clerk, cashier.
And did you continue that job throughout high school?
Yes, and into college.
Okay, so your next visit was college.
Yes.
Where did you go to college?
St. Mary's College in Winona, Minnesota.
And that's about, what, 70 miles from here, 80?
Yeah, it's down towards La Crosse.
Okay, it's in Winona.
Yes.
And what was your major at St. Mary's?
Criminal justice and sociology with an emphasis on elderly studies or geriatric sociology.
Why did you take those courses?
I wanted to go into law enforcement, and I had an interest in serving the older community and understanding their needs and wants.
Did you graduate from St. Mary's?
Yes, I did.
And was that a 3-year program, 4
It was a
years?
4-year program. I finished it in 3.5 because I had an internship in the summer.
And where did you internship?
The Columbia Heights Police Department.
Columbia Heights Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do at the Columbia Heights Police Department?
I was assigned to an officer who was in their community-oriented policing program.
Did you also continue your explorer career while in college?
I stopped being an explorer after my freshman year, and then I role-played at the annual conference.
What does that mean?
Every year, the Explorer program had an annual conference at Breezy Point Resort, and they needed role players, and they like to use students or people that were in law enforcement.
So, you graduated from St. Mary's,
Yes.
and what did you do after that?
After that, I would have gone to Skills in the summer of 1994.
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
I went to Skills.
What does that mean?
I went to the police certification program so I could get hired.
And where was that at?
Alexandria Technical College?
In Alexandria, Minnesota?
Correct.
So everybody knows, about 120 miles, 30
Yes.
from here. And did you stay there while you were being educated?
Yes.
What kind of a program was that? How long was it?
It was 10 or 12 weeks.
And what do you mean, is that where you obtain your skills to apply as a police officer?
Yes, it was a hands-on training. I had the college education, the book knowledge, and then I went there for my skills program or my hands-on part from getting my license.
After this program, did you go out and try and get a job in law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And were you successful at first?
Yes.
Well, did you have a job at Anoka?
Yeah, I worked at the Anoka Metro Regional Treatment Center because I graduated in January, in December. I couldn't go to Skills until the next summer, so I got a job.
All right, but you worked Skills, you were in Alexandria, correct?
Yes.
And the job you got was at Anoka State Hospital?
Yes.
That was between your Skills. Say that again.
So
Slowly.
I got hired there in February, and I worked for a year on a calendar year. But the Anoka City Police Department would allow their students or their employees, to go to Skills and still have a job on weekends or when they would get back before they got hired as a law enforcement officer.
So at Anoka State Hospital, what did you do?
I was a security officer.
And Anoka State Hospital is basically a detox center now, is that right?
No, it had a detox. It had a countywide detox and a detox program. It also had drug and alcohol abuse rehabilitation and mental illness.
And what did you do there? You were in security?
Yes.
Does that mean you had to deal with the folks that are staying there, the residents?
Yes.
And were you successful in that?
Yes.
After working there, where did you go next?
I left there and got hired at the City of Brooklyn Center.
In what year were you hired at the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
1995,
And when were you sworn in?
February the 27th.
Of 1995?
Correct.
Who was at your swearing?
My mother and my father.
So after you're sworn in, you started working as a Brooklyn Center police officer?
Yes,
And what year was that again?
1995.
So that would be, my math, 26 years before you resigned? Is
Yes.
that a fair statement?
Yes.
When you worked as a police officer at Brooklyn Center throughout those 26 years, did you remain a patrol officer all during that time?
I did.
And why was that? Why didn't you attempt to go up the ladder like the other officers we heard from?
I liked my work. I enjoyed working with the community. I didn't want to be in an administrative role.
But did you also, even though you were a patrol officer, you did take part in other programs, for example, the FTO program, right?
Yes, I did.
And that's the field training?
Yes, I was a field training officer for many years.
How many years?
I don't have an exact number, 10 to 15.
And we've learned in this case what a field training officer does, but very briefly, what did you do?
I would get probationers in different stages of their training, either in their first phase, their second phase, their third phase, or their final phase. Usually, the primary phase or the first phase and the final phase were always with the same FTO. And then other FTOs would train the other two stages.
And why did you continue to do that for so many years?
I felt that I had knowledge and mentorship that I could help young officers develop into somebody I would want to work with and my partners would want to work with.
There are other programs that you volunteered for or joined while
Yes.
you were a police officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And after you became a police officer, what was the first program that you joined or volunteered?
I became an Explorer advisor for our Explorer post.
And what's an Explorer post? Is that the younger people that are...
Yes, the program through the Boy Scouts of America.
And in that program, you teach them about policing, is that right?
Yes.
And after that Explorer program that you joined, what else did you do as a police officer?
I was on the domestic abuse response team. I was also a crisis negotiator.
Let's stop at the domestic abuse program. How long were you on that? Approximately.
10, 12 years, maybe more, maybe less.
And what did that program entail?
We would respond, so officers would go out on domestic abuse situations or domestic calls, and if there was a victim of a crime or an arrest made, or not an arrest made, we would follow up the next day with the victims to see that they were getting the things they needed, like domestic advocates, walking them through getting order for protections if they had questions, and then helping them and checking in with them through the court process.
And did you enjoy doing that?
Yes.
Why?
Sometimes there were great successes, and sometimes there were very sad failures.
There's another program that you're involved in, was a hostage program?
I was a crisis negotiator for the parent umbrella of the EOU team, the Emergency Operations Unit.
And what did you do in that?
I was a crisis negotiator.
What does that mean?
We would go out on barricaded subjects, or we would go out with the SWAT team would be the easiest way to describe it, on warrants. We would respond to calls where there may be people in danger.
And was your job to try and negotiate with the subject and get him to submit to being arrested?
Yes, he or she.
Was that your main job?
No, I was always a patrol officer.
No, I mean, as far as a hostage negotiator, that's what you did.
Yes, I was a crisis negotiator.
And what other programs were you in?
I was on the Law Enforcement Memorial Association Honor Guard.
And what is that?
So the parent is the Minnesota Law Enforcement Memorial Association. They do a lot of work to help survivors and their families make their way through the process of getting benefits after their officer is killed in the line of duty. I was on the Honor Guard.
What did you do being on the Honor Guard?
When I started in 1998, I was on the colors team for approximately a year or two, and then I went to the casket team.
Well, what's the color team?
The color team carries flags.
And the casket team?
We would carry the casket or the urn of the fallen officer and then fold their flag.
And would you be in contact also with the victim or the deceased family?
Sometimes with the family, a lot of times with the chief of police, because I would have to give the folded flag to the police chief.
And this was throughout the state of Minnesota?
Yes.
And these were police officers killed in the line of duty?
Yes.
Or other law enforcement officers?
Most 99% of it would be killed in the line of duty, or we would do some retiree funerals.
Any other programs you're involved in?
I did a lot of crime prevention work for our police department and other presentations.
Crime prevention presentations?
Yes.
What were those?
I was assigned an apartment complex in the city, and I would meet with management, and we would do some programming for their residents as far as personal safety, locking your car doors, taking valuables out of your cars, just regular safety in an apartment complex. And then I would do some other presentations on robbery prevention for banks in the city.
By the way, when you were doing the carrying caskets for that in that program, were you aware of officers that were killed in the line of duty by making a traffic stop?
Yes, Sean Patrick from Mendota Heights.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike and echo.
The objection is overruled. I'll let the answer stand.
During your 26 years as a police officer, did you ever receive any complaints for abusing your power?
No.
Did you ever receive any complaints from the public?
No.
In training, did you attend all the training sessions required by the Brooklyn Center Police Department while you were there?
Yes.
And with respect to gun training, laser training, you attended all those too, right?
Yes, I did.
And did you pay attention?
Yes, I did.
With respect to that, in your approximation, and I'm not asking for exact numbers, but with respect to the training, what would you say the amount of training was for the firearm, for the gun, and the amount of training for the laser? What would be the percentages there?
For the firearms, it would be probably 80%. We spent a lot more time on firearms than we did on taser.
And tasers didn't come into the being until years after you're a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes, I believe trainers in this courtroom had said 2002 or 2003.
And you started as a law enforcement officer, what year?
1995.
With respect to tasers, I say lasers, with respect to tasers, there's been evidence in the case that you had a Taser 7, is that correct?
Yes.
And the evidence in that was that the Taser 7 was shaped like a gun, fair statement?
Yes.
And the Taser 7 had a dark black, or at least a dark handle, and a dark top. Do you remember that?
Objection, leading.
I'm trying.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
The Taser that you received, was it approximately a month before April 11th that you received this Taser? Do you remember?
In the courtroom, I was told I received it on March the 26th.
Okay. And also, while we're there, With respect to these tasers and testing them, the rule that we read said should test the electronics every day. Is that right?
Yes.
And there is testimony that you didn't test yours a couple days. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I was told.
And do you agree with that you didn't test it?
I don't recall if I would have or wouldn't have.
And was that an important feature for law enforcement officers with new tasers
No.
that never used them since they had them?
Correct.
And while we're there, did you ever use a taser, use it by actually shooting it in all your years' career as a law enforcement officer?
I would take my taser out on rare occasions, but I don't believe I ever deployed it.
Okay, when you take your taser out, it's to de-escalate what is going on. Is that a fair statement?
Sometimes, or to prepare for what might be behind a door. Sometimes an officer has a gun and sometimes an officer has a taser out.
All right. And now the taser that was switched from you, did that go to one of your partners, that taser?
My old taser?
Yes.
I believe they were just put in storage at the police department.
And those tasers were all yellow, right? The
Yeah.
handle, the top, the whole thing was yellow.
Yes, except for the battery pack, I believe that was black, and there was some
Okay.
markings on the side.
I'm going to show you these tasers. Show you this taser.
Objection, may we have a sidebar, please?
Yes. All right, the objection is sustained.
Okay, well, do you specifically remember your old taser? By that I mean the one before the 7 being all yellow.
Yes.
And was that an X26 taser?
I believe it was an X26P.
P? So, with respect to the tasers, there's been evidence about signing some forms on warnings. Do you remember signing those forms?
In our annual training, we would be handed a form to sign, and I would sign it.
And do you remember the warnings on them at all?
Not from those days, no.
And with respect to weapons confusion, was there ever any training, actual training about weapons confusion as you remember it?
No.
Did you even know what weapons confusion was before?
Yeah.
Wait till I finish the question. Before April 11th?
It would be mentioned in training, but it wasn't something we physically trained on.
And by that you mean what?
There was no training on weapons confusion. You wouldn't be set in a dark room and told to grab which weapon.
So I'm going to go now to April 11th, 2021, a Sunday. And you surely remember that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were in FTO that day for Officer Lucky?
Yes, I was.
And that day, what time did you go on duty?
6 a.m.
And was Lucky on duty at that time too?
Yes.
At about, what did you do during the morning? If you remember, did you just do drive around police work?
We just did police work. We would have checked a squad car if we wouldn't have had calls right away.
It was a Sunday.
It was a Sunday.
So approximately around 2 o'clock, did you pull up in back of, or not you, Officer Lucky was driving the car, right, the squad?
Yes.
And you were the FTO. Where were you seated in the car?
In the passenger seat.
And tell the jury what you remember about first seeing the white Buick on that day, approximately 2 p.m. And
I
talk
would-
slowly.
Officer Lucky and I were driving south on Zane Avenue North. We were talking about pursuit policies, doing some regular FTO training, and he observed a vehicle in the turn lane with a blinker on inappropriately.
And was that the white Buick?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with him about that?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
We discussed a little bit of suspicious activity. He noticed a pine tree or air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, and the tabs were expired.
And did you stop that vehicle?
Officer Lucky wanted to stop the vehicle, yes.
And let me ask you sort of a hypothetical. If you had been working alone that day on Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock, would you have stopped the vehicle for...
Objection, relevance, calls for speculation.
I can't even finish the question, Your Honor.
All right.
That's not fair.
The
It's
obj-
simply, they know how to try a lawsuit, I would
Okay.
think.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
My question was, if you weren't with a field training officer that day and you were on patrol alone, would you have stopped that vehicle?
Most likely not.
And why not?
An air freshener to me is it's just an equipment violation. And during the COVID times, the high COVID times, the Department of Motor Vehicles was so offline that people weren't getting tabs, and we were advised not to try to enforce a lot of those things because the tabs were just not in circulation.
Okay. But you did stop the vehicle, right?
Yes, part of field training is that my probationer would make numerous contacts with the public throughout the day.
And what happened after the stop? Or if you remember, go ahead.
Before Officer Lucky stopped the car, he ran the vehicle, confirmed that the registration was expired and that the registered owner had a petty misdemeanor type warrant for some type of drug offense.
And that was the registered owner of the vehicle.
Yes.
So you did that while you were still in the squad car and not...
Yes, it's part of the multitasking that a probationer will have to do is run a vehicle license plate, call into dispatch, and initiate their lights.
Okay, and try and talk a little slower. I know you're probably nervous, but I'd like to get all this in. All right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you stopped the vehicle, is that right?
Officer Lucky initiates the traffic stop.
And what happened after he did that?
The vehicle stopped kind of in an entrance to the church on 63rd, and he got on the PA and told the vehicle to pull ahead just a short distance.
Was that because he was parked in the driveway of the,
Yeah, and I think there was a vehicle trying to come out, as I recall.
okay. What happened next?
Officer Lucky and I exited our marked squad car. Officer Lucky walked up to the driver's door, and I stood at the right rear corner of the white Buick.
So you did get out of the car.
Most definitely.
And why did you stand where you were standing?
Part of it was so I could see where Officer Lucky was, and to provide cover to see what else was in the vehicle.
In your experience of 26 years and being a patrol officer all those years, is stopping any vehicle at any time that you don't know, does that be considered a dangerous situation?
Yes.
Why?
Sometimes there's guns in the car, sometimes there's uncooperative people. You don't know who you're stopping.
Yeah, because you don't know, right?
Right.
So while you were standing there in the rear of the vehicle, did you hear what Officer Lucky said?
I could hear parts of the conversation. He didn't seem to be in any distress when he was asking questions. He took out his notepad, and it looked like he was writing down something which would end up being a name and a date of birth.
Okay, and after he did that, did you two go back to the squad car?
Yes.
And at some point in time during the stop or right after it, did Officer Lucky do anything in connection with obtaining another squad car?
Yes, he called for a second car to come.
What is that about? What?
It would just be a backup officer. The registered owner had a warrant of some nature. It wasn't a bad warrant. It was just a regular petty warrant, which would still, you'd want a second officer. Or I guess in this case, a third officer. Officer Lucky and I are considered only one officer.
And why are you and Lucky just one officer?
Because he's in field training and he's a probationary employee.
All right. So did the third officer, Officer Johnson, arrive at some point in time?
Yes, Sergeant Johnson arrived.
And was that before you looked up in the computer about this driver of the vehicle, or after?
I don't know exactly when he arrived. I know Officer Lucky and I were Officer Lucky and I were discussing running the name he was given through some various systems.
Okay, and did you do that, you and Officer Lucky?
Yes.
Was there any correction that you told him about during this time that he shouldn't have put the name in one?
He had gone to the Minnesota, because the driver didn't provide him with any government-issued ID, he would have had to verify some information to run him properly in our system through TriTech. So you run them sometimes through Minnesota DVS with just a name and a date of birth. It'll give you a Soundex hit on various people with that either same name or common name with a date of birth.
So did you correct him on that?
We were talking about, I don't know if I corrected him on it, but
So what happened after that?
he would copy the OLN, which is a driver's license number, off the screen and then put it into our TriTech system, or CAD, and that would run him through the state for driver's license and warrants and other hits.
And did you find anything about the driver?
The driver came back with a suspended driver's license, gross misdemeanor, bench warrant for weapons, and protection order.
So a gross misdemeanor for weapons ordinance, what went through your mind, if anything, when you read that?
It would be concerning that there'd be a weapon on the person or in the vehicle.
And why would that be?
In my experience over 26 years, I have found guns in cars, either by accident or by them just sitting out in plain view.
And what about a person with a weapons warrant?
They're more likely to be carrying a weapon or have a weapon access to them.
So what about the was it a temporary restraining order that came up? Was that it? Or?
Yeah, I think they're called ex parte orders. It would be a temporary protection order until the parties would either have a court hearing in front of a judge to make it a permanent order.
And there would be a name of a female on that?
Yes, there was.
And was there a female in the Buick or in the automobile that was stopped.
Yeah, in the front, yes, in the front passenger seat.
So after you learned that, did you also learn something? Did Officer Lucky tell you something about drugs or marijuana?
When he initially got back to the car, he told me there was a obvious smell of marijuana and some seedlings or shake residue on the center console and inside the vehicle.
Okay. So with all of that information, what did you do next?
We told Officer Lucky explained to Sergeant Johnson what was going on. I corrected.
Where was Sergeant Johnson? Was he in your squad car?
He was standing at my passenger door.
Go ahead.
And Officer Lucky was explaining to Sergeant Johnson what was happening and what he wanted to do. Officer Lucky only told Sergeant Johnson that he had a warrant, and I told Officer Lucky that he needed to tell Sergeant Johnson what the warrant was for. A weapons violation warrant would be cause for care and concern.
All right. And after that conversation, what happened, if anything, next?
We got out of the vehicle. Sergeant Johnson was going to the passenger side. And
Excuse me, don't let me interrupt you. Back up a little, I'm getting ahead of me. What was the plan when you got out of your vehicle with Lucky and Johnson was outside? What was your plan?
The plan was for Officer Lucky to get the driver into custody for the warrant, and we'd further investigate with the female who she was and if she was the petitioner or the subject of the restraining order.
Were you required by policy and law in learning about that warrant to arrest the driver of that car?
Yes, it was an order of the court.
And with respect to the restraining order, or whatever you called it, did proper police procedure that you knew of for 26 years required to find out who that lady was?
Yes,
And why would that be?
it's my duty to find out who she is to make sure she's not in harm's way. There's been times when that hasn't happened and somebody has ended up killed because that wasn't followed.
So now we're at the Buick. It's a Buick car, white car. Is that
It's
right?
a white car.
And now we're at the white car, and you three went up to it, correct?
Yes, Sergeant Johnson went up to the
where did
passenger
Johnson
side.
go?
He went up the passenger side to provide cover.
And what does provide cover mean?
Keep an eye on the occupants of the vehicle and just to monitor what's happening outside in the world. See if
And-
people are walking up on you or things go wrong.
And where were you located?
I was towards the left rear corner of the car.
And where was Officer Lucky?
He was advancing to the driver's door.
And how, by the way, before this, how long had you known Officer Lucky?
I think we were on our 5th shift.
And he was pretty new arrival, was he? Or,
I believe he was in second phase maybe, but he had been a police officer before.
okay, what does second phase mean?
He wasn't in his initial 4 weeks. He was in the start of his second 4 weeks.
And you testified you knew, at least back then, that he had come from another police department, correct?
Yes, I think he worked at 2 previous agencies, and he was an explorer.
Okay. Now let's go back to when you three arrived at the white car. We've already said where you're located. Officer Lucky was at the driver's door, is that right?
Yes, he would have been standing behind the post between the driver's door and the rear passenger door.
What do you mean by that, standing behind the post?
He wouldn't have been directly in front of the door because that would be unsafe approach.
And was this a warm day? Was the window down? Remember?
I don't know if the window was down or not.
Okay. But in any event, where were you standing again?
At the left rear corner.
And did you hear what Officer Lucky said?
Yes, I heard him ask the driver to step out of the vehicle a couple of times.
And did the driver step out of the vehicle finally?
Finally, he asked Officer Lucky a couple of times what was going on, and Officer Lucky said he would explain to him.
When he got out of the car?
Yes.
And so did the driver get out of the car?
Yes.
And what do you remember happening next?
Officer Lucky had him turn around, and I think he was still asking what was going on. Sergeant John,
Who's he?
the driver,
Go ahead.
and Sergeant Johnson and Lucky, told him he was under arrest, and I told him he had a warrant.
Okay, so who said he was under arrest first?
Sergeant Johnson, I believe.
And Sergeant Johnson testified here. You remember that?
Yes.
And after he said that, did Officer Lucky say he was under arrest too?
Yes.
And you heard that?
Yes.
And what did you say then?
I told him he had a I told him he had a warrant.
You just said warrant.
I think so.
Did you specify what kind of warrant, if you remember? If you don't.
I don't think I would have. It wouldn't have been in my normal.
Okay, so what happened after Johnson and Lucky said you're going to be handcuffed or you're under arrest, and you said that there was a warrant? What happened next?
Officer Lucky hadn't put his hands behind his back, and I noticed that in the driver's right hand was something. It was paper or something, and I took it out of his hand and had it in my left hand.
And you had that in your left hand?
Yes.
And then what happened next? Strike that. When you did that, I take it you got closer to the driver?
Yes. I reached into the driver's hand and took out what he had in his right hand. And had it in
Right
my-
hand or left hand?
His right hand, and I held it in my left hand.
Okay. And what happened next?
Officer Lucky started to say something about, don't do that, don't tense up, stop doing that. And then it just went chaotic.
What do you remember happening after that?
I remember a struggle with Officer Lucky and the driver at the door. The driver was trying to get back into the car.
Well, he was trying to get back in the car. What did you do?
I went around Officer Lucky as they're trying to get back in the door. I'm between the door and Officer Lucky and the driver. And the driver's getting into the car.
And what happened next?
They're still struggling, and I can see Sergeant Johnson and the driver struggling over the gear shifts, because I can see Johnson's hand, and then I can see his face.
And you knew Johnson for many years before this, is that right?
Yes.
And by looking at his face at that point in time, what did you interpret it to mean?
He had a look of fear on his face. It's nothing I'd seen before.
Did you say anything when you saw this? What did you do?
We were struggling. We were trying to keep him from driving away. It just went chaotic. And then I remember yelling, "Taser, taser, taser," and nothing happened. And then he told me I shot him.
Can you proceed, or do you?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. After the driver said you shot him, do you remember what you said, or do you? If you don't remember, did you look at the video and see what you said, or do you actually remember what you said? I guess is my question. Not with help from the video.
I don't remember what I said.
And what do you remember next, if anything?
They had an ambulance for me, and I don't know why. And then I was at the station. I don't remember a lot of things afterwards.
Do you remember saying something about prison?
No.
If you did say that, do you have any idea now why you would say that?
No.
Was the climate back then about police officers a little rough?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
The objection is sustained.
All right. You don't remember saying it,
No,
and you don't know why you said it.
no,
Did you remember the response that our Sergeant Johnson or Major Johnson gave you?
no.
And when next do you remember what happened, if anything, if you remember?
I remember getting an ambulance, and then I was at the station.
Okay. And you remember being in the ambulance, arriving at the station?
No,
You don't remember the
No.
station?
I remember getting to the station.
Once you got to the station, do you remember what happened next?
The next thing I remember is Officer Fricky was in the room with me
And where were you located? Do you remember that?
in the front office.
Okay. In the front office room, do you remember, were you sitting down, standing up?
I was on the floor.
And after that, at some point in time, did your husband show up?
Yes.
At what time do you believe, from back there, April 11th, at what time do you believe that your memory came back to you?
Probably when my husband got there. So much of it is missing.
After that night, and for the last few months, have you been in therapy?
Yes.
And did you still work as a police officer there?
No,
Did you quit?
I did.
And this was your career?
Yes.
And when did you quit?
A day or two after the incident.
And why did you quit?
There was so much bad things happening. I didn't want my coworkers, and then I didn't want anything bad to happen to the city.
And did you own a home in Anoka or Hennepin County at the time?
Yes.
You and your husband?
Excuse me,
The objection is relevant.
the objection is overruled.
Did you own a home, your family home, for years past?
Yes.
And did you sell it?
Eventually.
Before you sold it, did you move out of the state?
Yes.
And do you now live out of state?
Yes.
We have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm done, Your Honor.
Is orange cross?
Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Potter.
Good morning.
You've been a police officer, or were a police officer for 26 years. Isn't that
Yes.
right? You said you started in 1995,
Yes.
and that was with the Brooklyn Center Police Department for that entire career, right?
Yes.
And you said that you resigned from the Brooklyn Center Police Department, right?
Yes.
And that was on April 12th of this year, right?
Yeah, within a day or two of the incident.
Right after you had shot and killed Daunte Wright.
Yes.
And throughout that time period, you were a licensed peace officer, right?
Yes.
And to become licensed, you had to go through a number of requirements. Fair?
Yes.
You had a college degree.
Excuse me, Your Honor, the prosecutor speaking to that mic too.
Sure.
Thank you.
You have a college degree, right?
Yes.
And you also had to complete the peace officer education program, that skills component that you talked about.
Yes.
And that included skill sets and classroom training as well.
Yes.
You had to pass an exam to become an officer.
Yes.
And then you did all that before you started with the Brooklyn Center Police Department in '95, right?
Yes.
And then you got your license through the post board, correct?
Yes.
And that stands for Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Yes.
So you were licensed throughout that whole 26-year career, right?
Yes.
And you maintained all of the requirements to keep your license,
Yes.
including all the training that was required for it as well, right?
Yes.
And that training that's required for your license has all different kinds of components, true?
Yes.
You have things like use of force, use of firearms, tasers, all kinds of things.
Yes.
And you did all that training.
Yes.
And you did all that every year throughout that 26-year period, right?
Yes.
Sometimes multiple times a year, right?
Yes.
And all of those requirements were in place to make sure that you were at the beginning of your career and continued to be, competent and capable of performing the requirements of the job, right?
Yes.
You mentioned on direct that you were also a hostage negotiator as part of your duties, right?
Crisis negotiator.
Crisis negotiator. Did that involve some hostage type situations?
I've never had a hostage situation.
Okay, but crisis negotiation.
Yes.
And that involved some de-escalation tactics, I presume, correct?
Yes.
And you had to develop that skill set and be pretty good at de-escalating situations as a crisis negotiator, fair?
Yes.
So you had some experience in stressful situations doing that.
No.
So you were a crisis negotiator but never experienced a stressful situation?
We talk to people.
Talk to people in crisis.
Yes.
And part of your job as a police officer is dealing with people on their worst days, right?
Yes.
People who don't want to cooperate with you sometimes, right?
Most of the people we talk to in crisis are either barricaded behind a door or talking to you from another room.
Okay. For 26 years, you were a patrol officer, right?
Yes.
So you saw people out on the street every day as part of your job duties. Fair?
Yes.
And you talked about doing a lot of traffic stops during that career, correct?
I did some traffic stops.
Okay. Well, in some of those cases, there are people who have weapons, right?
Yes.
Sometimes people want to flee, right?
Yes.
Sometimes people are violent.
Yes.
And all of that's part of being a police officer, dealing with people in those situations, right?
Yes.
You'd agree that you're bound by policy and the requirements of the job that Brooklyn Center, the police department, sets for you, right?
Yes.
And you heard Commander Fleslin testify, but you have to acknowledge those policies and essentially agree to abide by them every year you were an officer, fair?
Yes.
And you'd agree that your fundamental duty as a police officer is to safeguard life, right?
Yes.
And you also have the duty to never employ unnecessary force. True?
Yes.
Part of the policy also includes some of your responsibilities as an officer, right?
Yes.
And that includes being alert and attentive and capable of performing your job, right?
Yes.
And getting back to the training and sort of the post requirements, there's a lot of training that goes into being a police officer, fair?
Yes.
And we talked about a couple of those things, but one of those subjects is use of force, right?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And use of force can include things like restraints, handcuffs, defensive tactics, chemical irritants, using batons, tasers, less lethal weapons, and firearms as well, right? All those things are options available to you. True?
Not all of them.
Okay, well, you carry a whole number of things on your duty belt every day, right?
Yes.
And that includes a firearm and a taser, right?
Yes.
And you also had other items on that duty belt as well, correct?
Yes.
And as part of the training that you went through every year, they cover topics for all kinds of uses of force, right?
Yes.
Including the things on your duty belt and maybe other options that the department could use additionally, true?
Only the things I was assigned on my duty belt.
Okay. But in any case, that use of force training was a pretty key component of being an officer, right?
Yes.
You were trained about when you could use force, how much force to use, and what would be appropriate force. Fair?
Fair.
And not only were you trained on that, but you had a lot of policy that that dictated what you could and could not do in a particular situation, right?
Yes.
And you were also trained on the readiness aspects of use of force, right? Being ready to engage whatever force might be required, right?
Yes.
Including making decisions under stress, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you had a lot of scenario-based training, right?
Yes.
And in those situations, those scenarios were set up to be as close as they could be to real life, right?
I suppose.
So you would be trained to have to make decisions in the moment about what to do and what force to use, right?
Well, it was a training situation, so it was usually slow and meticulous and controlled.
Well, you did this year after year, right, for the entirety of your career, correct?
I think scenario-based training started later, probably the last 10 or 15 years.
Sure, but use of force training has been around for a long time, right?
Yes.
Because since you started as a police officer, you have, in some cases, had to use force, true?
Yes.
And there are limitations on how and when to use that force, right?
Yes.
So you've had training on that throughout your entire career, right?
Yes.
And as part of that process, the way that it's required for you to maintain your license is that you sign in and you sign off on attendance forms, and you basically, you have to be there, right? You can't not be there, right?
Right.
And every year you have a certain number of training hours that are required, right?
Yes.
And you said on direct that you participated and you were paying attention during all those trainings, true?
Yes.
And some of those trainings had classroom instruction, PowerPoints, things like that, right?
Yes.
Some of them also included reviewing policies and other documents, right?
Yes.
And then there was also the hands-on training with the practical components, things like using drawing weapons, things like that, right?
Yes.
And over the course of your career, you completed many, many, many hours of training, right?
Yes.
And in terms of credit hours, we're talking somewhere in the ballpark of 1,700 credit hours. Does that sound right?
I don't know the number of hours, but if that's what you have, that would be probably right.
No reason to dispute that your training hours would have been in the thousands of hours over that 26-year career, right?
Yes.
You indicated that there weren't tasers available when you first started at Brooklyn Center, true?
No, they came in the early 2000s.
Okay. But in 1996, you had a firearm, right?
In 1995, yes.
Sorry, 95, and then you were sworn in 96, right?
No, I was sworn in February 27, 1995.
Okay. So in 95, when you first started, you had a firearm available to you.
Yes.
And you were trained to use that firearm.
Yes.
Trained how to handle it, right?
Yes.
Trained how to load it and unload it.
Yes.
Trained how to draw it.
Yes.
right? And fire it, and how to safely handle it, yes?
Yes.
And that included when not to fire it, right?
I suppose.
And that training started at the beginning of your career, you said in 95, but continued every year up until the time you resigned, right?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that tasers came later, but you were first trained on using a taser in 2002, correct?
If that's what the documents say, I'm not sure when they came out.
And if the documents say you were trained in 2002, you then would have been trained every year thereafter, right?
Yes.
And you started carrying a taser on your duty belt regularly as of 2005, right?
Yes.
But at a minimum, in addition to all the other training you had, you would have had taser training year after year for at least the last 19 years, right?
Yes.
And the taser training that's required, you saw the documents that were in court, also requires not only it requires review of policy, right? The taser policy, right?
Yes.
And it also requires practicing those reaction side draws, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, if we could put up Exhibit 334, please, the last page. I'm going to put on the screen what's already been admitted as Exhibit 334. And we're going to scroll down to the very last page and highlight the subsection C, please. So, as part of the taser policy includes that all training should include performing reaction hand draws or cross draws to reduce the possibility of accidentally drawing and firing a firearm. That's part of the policy, right?
That's what it says.
And that's part of what you're trained to do, correct?
We didn't always we aren't always drawing our tasers from our holsters. A lot of times we were in plain clothes during training.
Okay. Well, your policy that you're required to abide by, that you signed off on, requires that you perform reaction hand draws, true?
During the training, yes.
It also includes the reason for that, right?
Yes.
And that's so that you reduce the possibility of accidentally drawing and firing a firearm, right?
Yes.
And we can take that down. Part of the reason for that is weapons confusion, right?
Yes.
And that was known in the field and has been known for a number of years. True?
I guess.
Well, you were trained on it, right?
We talked about it.
It was part of your PowerPoints, correct?
Yes.
You were made aware during PowerPoint after PowerPoint after PowerPoint that drawing and firing the wrong weapon can happen, right?
We were told it wasn't something that they expounded on.
You were told that.
Yes.
And you signed documentation every year you were certified acknowledging that you knew the risks, received and reviewed the materials required for you to carry that taser, correct?
Yes, I signed the documents.
Okay. Now, in terms of the carrying of these weapons, reaction side means what for you?
That'd be my left hand.
Okay. You're right-handed?
Yes.
So carrying a taser, you have done for years on your left side, correct?
Yes.
And your firearm you carry where?
On my right side.
How many years have you carried your firearm and your taser that way?
My firearm for 26 years and my taser according to your documents for 19.
So as long as you've had that taser, you've carried it on your left side, correct?
In the beginning, I carried it on my right side in a drop holster.
And when did you switch?
When we were given new holsters?
And when would that have been?
I don't know.
Okay. But far before 2016, you saw the images that were up in court. Long before that, you were carrying your taser on your left side, correct?
Yes.
Years and years, right?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about reality or scenario-based training. When you go through those trainings, you have available to you all the options that would be on your duty belt, right? Although inert for the purposes of training, right?
Yes.
And the purpose of that training is to try to recreate real life stressful situations as best as possible to practice making those types of decisions in the moment. Fair?
Fair.
Let's talk a little bit about your taser. You'd agree that the Taser 7 that you have and the Taser you had before that has a safety mechanism on the side of it, right?
Yes.
And you have to flip it up to arm the Taser.
Yes.
And when the Taser is on and armed, it beeps, right?
I don't know if it beeps.
There's a display screen that turns on.
Yes.
And then there are 2 lasers with the Taser 7 that appear on your target, right?
Yes.
A green one for the top probe, right?
I believe so. It was a new taser.
And a red one for the bottom.
I would guess so, yes.
Well, you were trained on it, right?
Yes, but it was a while back.
Well, you
It's
were
been long.
trained in March of this year on that Taser, correct?
Yes.
And you have to successfully operate and handle that Taser in order to be certified to use it, correct?
Yes.
And you went through that hands-on process of turning on that Taser and safely handling that Taser in order to be certified, correct?
Yes, in March.
In March. And before that, you had an X26P, correct?
Yes.
And that Taser also had a laser and a safety and things like that, right?
Yes.
The screen that turned on.
Yes.
And the Taser, and that was the Taser that you had been carrying for years before, right?
Yes.
Very similar to the Taser 7 in that way.
Similar but different.
All right, so I'm going to put on the screen next to each other, please, Exhibits 210 and Exhibit 212. Now, this is a picture, side-by-side pictures of you on April 11th, correct?
Yes.
And your taser is pictured on the left side of your duty belt, correct?
Yes.
And that's the way you'd been carrying it for years and years, correct?
Yes.
And your firearm you carried on the right side of your duty belt, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that the standard procedure for a reaction side, left-hand draw for your taser in this case, would be to draw that weapon with your left hand, correct?
Yes.
All right, you can take that down. You were asked some questions on direct about spark testing, the function test of the taser. The policy says that you should do that before the beginning of every shift, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do it the last 2 shifts that you worked, correct?
That's what the documents say.
Right. You didn't do one for the last 4 of your last 10 shifts that you worked, in fact, correct? If that's what the documents say.
Which dates?
You didn't do it on March 27th, correct?
I guess.
You didn't do it on March 28th.
Your Honor, I object to this cross-examination if she doesn't know. She should
All
have-
right.
she should have-
Okay, one-word objections, please. If she doesn't know, she can say she doesn't know.
If the documents show that you didn't do a spark test 4 of your last 10 shifts, you have no reason to dispute that, right?
No.
And the day of this incident on April 11th, you didn't do a spark test that day, right?
No. According to the documents.
And even though, that day was a slow and uneventful day at the beginning of the day, right?
I don't know. I don't have a log.
Well, you told Dr. Miller that that day started as a slow and uneventful Sunday, right?
I don't know if I did or not.
Council sidebar.
Okay, you may continue.
All right. So April 11th started as a slow and uneventful day, right?
I guess it's a Sunday.
Okay. I'm going to put on the screen exhibits 224 and exhibit 178 next to each other, please. All right, Ms. Potter, on the screen are exhibits 224 and 178. You'd agree that these are photos of your taser and your firearm, respectively, yes?
My firearm for sure. I'm not sure if that's the taser that was taken that day, but I'm guessing it is.
And you carried a Taser 7 that day, correct?
Yes.
And that's what's in this picture, exhibit 224?
Yes.
Now, these items look different, don't they?
Yes.
Your Honor's argumentative.
The objection is overruled. I think you answered. Did you answer? You may answer if you didn't.
Yes.
And just to be more specific, the taser is yellow, right?
Yes.
The firearm is black, correct?
Yes.
The taser weighs about half as much as your loaded Glock, right?
I don't know.
Doesn't weigh the same, correct?
That's what they testified to earlier, but I don't know.
When it comes to the Taser 7 that you had just been recertified on or certified to use, your department used long-range cartridges for that Taser 7, correct?
I don't know.
You were trained to use it, correct?
I don't know now. I don't remember.
You don't remember being trained to use the Taser 7 at all?
No, I remember being trained, but I don't remember today what cartridges we were issued.
Okay. So you went out on the street with a taser, not knowing what that taser did?
I would assume that on the day I worked, I would know, but I don't know. It's been months now.
Okay. No reason to dispute that the Brooklyn Center Police Department used long-range cartridges in the Taser 7, correct?
No.
And the reason to do that would be so that you could fire a farther distance with your taser, and you wouldn't need to approach someone up close, correct?
I don't know. I would assume so, but I'm not positive.
Well, that's why someone would use a long-range cartridge as opposed to a short-range cartridge, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been trained on tasers since 2002, correct?
Yes.
You know how they work, right?
Mhm.
And you know
Yes.
what they do. Could we take those down, please, and put up Exhibit 214? Okay, Exhibit 214 that's been admitted is on the screen. Is this a picture of your duty belt?
Yes.
You'd agree that the holsters for your taser and your firearm are different, correct?
Yes.
And your firearm holster is empty in this picture, right? There's no firearm in it.
Correct.
Is that this right here?
Yes.
The taser holster is made of plastic, right?
Yes.
You have to push a button, this button right here, and rock it back to get it out of the holster, correct?
Yes.
And your gun holster is made of leather, is that right?
Yes.
And it has a little snap, is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
And how does that gun come out of that holster?
It would rock forward.
How do you pull it with your hand out of your holster?
It would rock forward and you would pull it up.
Okay. And the taser, on the other hand, you would press the button, rock it backward, and pull it up, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could take that down, thank you. Now, you testified that you have never deployed your taser or your firearm while on duty out on the street, correct?
Not that I recall. I know for sure my firearm.
Okay. But you have drawn your taser multiple times while on duty, correct?
Several times.
And you said that you did that as a way to de-escalate. I believe that was your testimony on direct.
Yes.
And approximately how many times did you pull your taser but not deploy it while on duty?
For de-escalation, maybe a few times.
Now, there are a couple times that you pulled your taser and didn't deploy it. One was in 2013, correct? No reason to dispute that it happened once in 2013 at least.
I would guess no reason.
There was a situation where one of your colleagues, a former officer, was hanging on the back of an individual, and you pointed the taser at him but didn't tase him because you would have tased your fellow officer. Is that right?
If it's the one I'm thinking, yes.
And instead of
She was on his back.
deploying your taser, you called for extra help, correct?
Yes, and we probably continued to fight with him.
You never deployed your taser then.
No.
And there was another incident in 2016 where someone was not complying with commands to place them under arrest, right?
I don't know what event you're talking about.
Well, in this case, there was an individual who was struggling, a female individual. She didn't want to get in handcuffs, and then one of the officers took her down to the ground by force, correct? And you pointed your taser but didn't deploy it, right?
If that's what the documents say, I don't recall the incident.
Okay. But you recall that you have drawn your taser and not fired it in your 26-year career.
Yes.
All right, I'd like to talk a little bit more about April 11th. So, on April 11th, you were serving as an FTO, right?
Yes.
And you said that you have done that for 10 or 15 years.
For many years. I don't remember when I got certified, but it's been many, many years.
Okay. And you said that on direct, I believe your testimony was that you had knowledge to impart and that mentorship skills that made you suited for that job, right?
Yes.
So you were serving as Officer Lucky's FTO on April 11th. How long had you been his FTO?
I believe it would be 5 shifts. It would have started the Monday after Easter Sunday.
Okay. But you were essentially in a supervisory position, right? Serving as his FTO.
Yes, I guided him.
It's a big responsibility, true?
Yes.
You have to be a good example, sort of set the stage for what a good police officer should do in any particular situation, right?
Yes.
And to do the job of an FTO, you have to be really familiar with policy and training and proper uses of force, right?
Yes.
And you have to make sure that someone else is doing it all right, too, right?
Correct.
And you testified that that morning, the morning of April 11th, you reviewed pursuit policy with Officer Lucky, correct?
That afternoon.
Okay. But that pursuit policy includes not shooting at the driver or occupants of a vehicle, right?
A moving vehicle.
And you told Officer Lucky, we're not in the city, right? Did you tell Dr. Miller that you told Officer Lucky in reviewing pursuit policy, you used the phrase, we're not in the city?
Because we're on Zane Avenue, which is in Brooklyn Park.
And why did you say that?
To remind him of geographical boundaries.
And you were also reminding him of the limitations of the pursuit policy, correct?
What do you mean?
That you can't just get into a high-speed car chase or shoot up a car without specific reasons, right?
Yes, for our pursuit policy limits what we can pursue for.
And a gross misdemeanor warrant doesn't qualify for a vehicle pursuit, right?
Not according to our policy.
And you had just reviewed that policy with Officer Lucky that day, correct?
Yes.
So getting to what happened with the stop, you said that there was a turn signal misplacement, perhaps. You saw the wrong turn signal. That was the first thing that you saw?
Officer Lucky saw it first.
Okay, so you didn't see the wrong turn signal. But after that, you saw the air freshener, right?
I saw the expired registration.
Well, you had said on direct that you would not have pulled that vehicle over, right?
Probably not.
And you said that you knew that there had been some delays because of COVID with people getting their tabs up to date, right?
Yes.
But you also mentioned the air freshener to counsel on direct, didn't you?
Yes.
But regardless, expired tabs, air freshener, this is the kind of traffic stop that is pretty routine for you in your 26 years as a cop, right?
No traffic stops routine, but it would have been something I would have done several times.
I'm sure you've seen lots and lots of cars with air fresheners and expired tabs. True?
Yes.
And then the decision was made to pull over the car. You mentioned that there was some information that maybe there was some other warrant that you learned about around that time. You didn't discuss any of that with Officer Lucky, did you?
He would have had the same warrant hit that I would have heard.
None of that was mentioned. None of it was even worth discussing with Officer Lucky at the time you pulled over the car. Fair?
I don't remember if we talked about it or not.
Okay. But in any case, you pull over the car, and Officer Lucky approaches the driver's side, approaches Mr. Wright, right?
Yes.
And he came back to the car with a name, date of birth, all kinds of information, right?
I know a name and a date of birth.
Well, Officer Lucky told you that he believed him. He thought that essentially that Mr. Wright was telling the truth, right?
Yes.
And then when Officer Lucky put in all this information into the system, you corrected him, you admonished him, you told him he was doing it wrong, right?
I told him better ways to do it, probably.
And that's your job as an FTO, right?
Yes.
To correct him if he messes something up, right?
Yes, when there was an opportunity.
So you corrected him, and then he re-entered the information, and then you found out about the warrant, right?
Yes.
Now there was also a conversation about Officer Lucky code 4ing himself, right?
Doing what?
Code 4ing
Oh,
himself.
code 4ing, yes.
And did you also correct Officer Lucky for doing that?
He did it before he ran the driver, and he shouldn't do that.
And you told him that, right?
Yes.
Don't code 4 yourself before you have all the information. Something to that effect, right?
Yes.
And again, that was your job as the FTO to correct whatever he was doing that was wrong, right?
Yes.
So you got this information and then made this decision to go arrest Mr. Wright, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't talk about going out there with guns drawn or anything like that. You didn't talk about using force on the approach or anything like that, right?
No.
And then Officer Lucky pulled or asked Mr. Wright to get out of the car, which he did, right?
Yes.
And you stood back and watched this happen, correct?
I was just a couple feet away.
Okay. But you didn't correct the way that had happened. You didn't tell Officer Lucky to move or to put Mr. Wright somewhere else, right?
I wouldn't do that to a rookie in front of a suspect.
Okay. But you didn't do it regardless. Didn't happen.
No.
And then as you approached and got closer, was there a moment that you got closer after things didn't quite go the way you had hoped they would go?
I got closer before that happened.
Okay. And you'd agree that you unsnapped your gun holster as you approached, right?
No, I wouldn't agree to that.
All right, if we could put on the screen Exhibit 12, just the still image at 2:01:20, please. And zoomed in on, yes, the squad car view. You see yourself in that picture,
Yes.
and you see your right hand on the right side of your duty belt.
Yes.
And is your right hand on your firearm here?
It's blurry, but it's possible.
Okay. We can take that down, thank you. All right, so as you approached, and Mr. Wright got out of the car, was there a moment where it appeared that Mr. Wright was going to flee or attempt to flee?
When he started struggling with Officer Lucky.
Okay. And ultimately, was Mr. Wright able to get back in the car?
Yes.
You never saw a weapon on Mr. Wright, did you?
No.
Never saw a gun.
No.
He never threw a punch, right?
No.
Never kicked anyone.
No.
Never said, I'm going to kill you.
No.
Never said, I'm going to shoot you.
No.
Never said, there's a gun in the car and I'm coming after you.
No.
Okay. It's not uncommon in your experience to find someone who has a warrant during a traffic stop, right?
It's not uncommon.
And you've done hundreds of traffic stops in your career, correct?
I don't know if hundreds, but yes, I've done plenty of traffic stops.
And gross misdemeanor offenses are not the same as felony offenses. Fair?
Correct. They're different order by the judge. For
Less
the crime.
serious crimes, correct?
All crimes are serious, but yes.
Well, in terms of the laws of the state of Minnesota that you're duty-bound to enforce, a gross misdemeanor is a lesser offense than a felony, correct?
Yes.
And you don't get to shoot someone because they have a gross misdemeanor warrant, correct?
Not for.
Your Honor, it depends on the circumstances.
Okay, the objection is sustained.
As
The
each
jury will disregard that question.
You also testified about learning about an order for protection, correct?
Yes.
You said it was a temporary one that you saw, correct?
I believe it was an ex parte order.
And essentially, the order that you're describing would limit contact between two people, correct?
Yes, in various ways.
It doesn't prohibit all contact with all members of the opposite sex, right?
Just certain parties that they're not supposed to have contact with.
Right. And you'd agree that half the world's population is female, right?
I suppose.
So just having a female passenger in your car is not in and of it and by itself a violation of an OFP, correct?
It has to be investigated.
Sure. And you did not see a need to rush up to the passenger side of the vehicle and pull this woman to safety, right?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Now, there was also some conversation, as you saw in the videos that were offered in court in this case, conversation about the Wright brothers. You made a comment about the Wright brothers joking about not the ones that fly, right?
Yes.
And then any concerns about whether there was some other Wright family in the area, Sergeant Johnson told you, not that family, not this situation, right?
I wasn't sure who they were.
Okay. But he didn't cause you any greater, he didn't tell you this is the family we should be concerned about. You got to be worried about this guy, right?
No, he didn't say anything like that.
Okay. And when you got over to that car and Mr. Wright got back into the car was still running, right? It was running that whole time?
I don't know if it was on or not.
Well, you told Dr. Miller that the car was running, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
You told Dr. Miller that Wright pulled away and got back into the driver's seat of the car, which was still running.
Okay, then I said that.
And the entire time this is happening, you're standing behind Officer Lucky, right?
At what point?
As Mr. Wright is getting back in the car.
I came around Officer Lucky's left side to help him.
And you indicated that Sergeant Johnson had approached on the passenger side, but he wouldn't have been in front of the door because that would have been unsafe, right?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to put on the screen Exhibit 13, starting at 2:01:48. Just that. If you could just leave it with that time frame, please. Okay, Ms. Potter, on the screen we have Exhibit 13 at 2:01:48. I'm going to slowly advance the frames and then pause it periodically. So let's advance just a bit. Okay, stopping right there. At 2:01:48, do you see yourself here taking a piece of paper in your left hand?
Yes.
All right, now advancing to 2:01:49, please. Okay, now stopping at 2:01:49, do you see that you've transferred that piece of paper to your right hand?
It looks like it.
You can advance a little further, please. Okay, would you agree that the piece of paper at 2:01:49 is in your right hand?
I don't know where it is.
Is this the piece of paper right here?
Yeah, it's a piece of paper.
All right, let's advance a couple more frames, please. Okay, stopping right there. Would you agree in this frame of 2:01:49 that the piece of paper is in your right hand?
Yes.
All right, and if we could play stopping at 2:01:54, please. Okay. And then if we could advance a few frames, please. At this point, the paper is in your right hand, correct?
It appears that way.
And then at 2:01:55, we could stop right there. You've just transferred the paper back to your left hand, correct?
That's what the video shows.
Okay. And then if we could advance a few more frames, please. To 2:01:56. A couple more frames, please. Okay, you'd agree at 2:01:56 the piece of paper is still in your left hand, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's advance. Actually, let's play until 2:02:01, please. Okay, so stopping at 2:02:01. You have the firearm in your right hand, correct? Yes. And you are pointing it directly at Mr. Wright, correct?
Excuse me, Eric, do we have a break? My client is...
Okay. Miss Potter, do you need a break? Okay. It's lunch anyway, so... Okay, members of the jury, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll start up again at 1:30, okay? step down. Miss Potter, could you take the stand again?
You owe me.
Did you want to say something, Mr. Frank? Oh, you're just standing up. Okay. All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Did work on some proposed language for that jig.
Oh, yes.
About half an hour.
Okay. I had my law clerk send you a copy of a new draft. Okay. Well, we can talk about jury instructions after we get the testimony in. Okay. All right. Thank you, Deputy. Okay, please be seated. All right, counsel, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Potter, before we left for the break, we were walking through what happened on April 11th. You'd agree that for a large part of the interaction at the side of the car with Mr. Wright, you were standing behind Officer Lucky, right?
I was next to him at some point.
Okay. And you testified on direct that after you saw a scared look in Sergeant Johnson's face, that's why you decided to use the taser? That was your testimony?
Yes.
But you also told Dr. Miller that you don't know why you decided to use the taser, right?
I haven't seen his report.
Would it refresh your recollection to see his report?
Yes, please.
May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
Did you have a chance to look at that, Ms. Potter?
Yes.
And did you see the portion where it explains, when asked by this examiner why she decided to draw her taser, Officer Potter states, "I don't have an answer. My brain said grab the taser." Do you recall that?
I don't recall it, but it's in his paperwork.
So, on April 11th, you reached down and drew your weapon, right?
Yes.
And you said taser, 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 so Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson would disengage, right?
Yes.
And they did disengage, didn't they? They let go of Daunte Wright and stepped back.
According to the video.
And after you shot Daunte Wright, you said, shit, I just shot him. I grabbed the wrong fucking gun and I shot him. I'm going to go to prison and I killed a boy. You said all those things, right?
I don't remember.
If that's what's in the video, that's what you said, right?
Yes.
And you said that there are a lot of things that you don't remember, and that on direct you testified that your memory came back when you saw your husband that day. But didn't you tell Dr. Miller that you remember seeing the gun in your right hand? You said that, right?
I don't remember my interview with him. I was distraught. I wasn't in a good place.
After you shot Daunte Wright, you didn't behave like someone who had just saved Sergeant Johnson's life, did you?
I was very distraught. I just shot somebody. I've never done that.
Well, you never asked Sergeant Johnson if he was okay, right?
I don't remember the conversations.
You didn't check in on him at all, right?
I don't know.
Well, you saw the video when Sergeant Johnson fed you the line, that guy was trying to take off with me. You didn't bite, right? You didn't respond to that at all, did you?
The video, I was crying. I was in shock.
And he was trying to make you feel better, wasn't he?
Back to that foundation.
The objection is sustained.
Well, he didn't remember saying it, right? You heard that testimony?
Yes.
And you don't remember him saying that, right?
No.
And you didn't say anything like, thank God I shot that guy and saved your life. You didn't say anything like that, right?
Back to that as argument.
The objection is overruled.
You didn't say that, right?
No.
And you didn't ask Sergeant Johnson anything except to call Chuck, right?
I don't remember what I asked him.
That would be on the video, right?
Yes.
You'd agree that as a police officer, you have the duty to render aid and communicate information to other officers, right?
Yes.
And it's part of your job to assist those who are hurt or injured, true?
Yes.
And to communicate to other officers what you know about a particular scene, right?
Yes.
Give them whatever information you can to help them do their jobs, to help render assistance, things like that, right?
Yes.
But you didn't do any of those things on April 11th, did you?
No.
You stopped doing your job completely. You didn't communicate what happened over the radio, right?
No.
You didn't make sure any officers knew what you had just done, right?
No.
You didn't run down the street and try to save Daunte Wright's life, did you?
No.
You didn't check on the other car that had been hit, did you?
No.
That all happened just down the road from you.
Yes.
You were focused on what you had done, because you had just killed somebody.
I'm sorry it happened. I'm so sorry.
Ms. Potter, from your reaction today, and from your reaction on your video, you didn't plan to use deadly force that day, did you?
No.
You didn't want to use deadly force, did you?
That's irrelevant. If you planned it or wanted it, it's a constructive fact.
The objection is overruled.
You didn't.
No.
Because you knew that deadly force was unreasonable and unwarranted in those circumstances.
I didn't want to hurt anybody.
You didn't want to hurt anybody. And you didn't want to kill anybody. And that's why you said, I'm going to go to prison.
I asked 3 times now, Your Honor. Repetition.
All right. The objection is sustained.
Ms. Potter, you know the difference between left and right, don't you?
That's objected now. She's asked that before. It's argumentative.
It's not been asked, Your
The
Honor.
objection is sustained. It's argumentative.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Potter, do you need a break?
No.
Okay.
Not too lucky. Just going to ask you a few questions. Do you remember your visit by Zoom with Dr. Miller? A little bit at least.
We had a Zoom interview, yes.
Okay, and that was Miller in Florida, correct, as far as we know?
Yes.
And you and me were in my office, correct?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you had ever seen any of the video, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to watch it?
No.
And you did tell Mr. Miller that when Wright pulled away and got back into the driver's seat of the car, which was still running, Potter, that you could observe Johnson and Lucky struggling over the console, and it appeared that Johnson was trying to prevent Wright from putting the car in drive.
Objection leading.
The objection is overruled.
If you don't remember that, because it was a while ago, I can show it to you to refresh your memory.
I don't remember.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Remain.
Read to yourself, Ms. Potter, the last sentence of the second to the last paragraph. Does that refresh your memory as to what you told him?
Yes.
And did you tell him that? Pardon me, I didn't hear you.
If it's in there, I must have. That day is so blurry.
Did you also tell them that you yelled taser, 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 so your partners would disengage from Wright?
Yes.
And just a few more questions here. Would it be routine, thinking back when you're a law enforcement officer for 26 years, would it be routine for you to unsnap your holster on the way to a car?
No.
And why not?
I'm only 5'3". If I would get into a fight, I could lose my gun.
Did you ever, in your career, shoot your gun at anybody?
No.
Did you ever shoot your gun in real life during your career?
No.
And did you ever shoot your taser during your career?
It was never deployed.
Is that what it means?
Yes.
And that would be real life. That would be when you have to use those weapons, that would mean it was an emergency situation, would it not?
Objection leading.
Well, what would it mean to you?
Objection is sustained. Out of the phrasing.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Judge. What would that mean to you if you had to shoot your weapon?
That I might kill somebody.
When you three law enforcement officers, and excuse me, by the way, as far as reporting this shooting, would it be Sergeant Johnson, your boss, would be the one that would be required to do that?
Objection leading.
Well,
Well,
rephrase
rephrase
it.
that. Who would be required, according to policy, to report the shooting? Would it be the shooter or the other person who was in charge there?
On that scene, it would have been Sergeant Johnson.
Because he was your supervisor, correct?
Yes.
Then I got a couple more questions. If you stopped a vehicle in Brooklyn Center and you learned that there was a bench warrant for a weapons violation, you learned that there was a temporary restraining order a female had lodged against the person that said he was in the car, that gave his identity, but he really did Mr. Wright ever give a valid identification for himself?
No.
And the other office, now you've got no valid information, you've got a gross misdemeanor, you got a temporary restraining order, you got marijuana smelled by your partner, you got no license, no insurance. Would you let that car go if you went up to it and were attempting to handcuff the individual and the car, he jumped back in? Would you have thought you should let him go, drive down the street?
No.
On the temporary restraining order, if you learn there is a temporary restraining order, is it protocol? Is it policy to, as soon as you learn that, jump out of the passenger side, run up to the car and ask the lady what her name was? Has that ever been heard of in police practice that you know of?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have, Judge.
Is there any recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Potter, you were asked about some statements that you made to Dr. Miller on redirect, right?
Yes.
You also told Dr. Miller that you resigned on April 12th to protect your police family, right?
Judge, I object to this improper cross-examination. I never got into that. I just got
Okay,
into one statement.
Your Honor, the statements to Dr.
Yes.
Miller are at issue.
I'm going to overrule the objection, and you may answer that.
You told him that, right?
Can you repeat the question?
You told Dr. Miller that you resigned on April 12th to protect your police family, right?
If it's in the report, yes. I haven't seen the report except today.
Well, if it's in the report that you also said that they're very important people to you, would that be accurate?
Yes.
You have a very close relationship with the police officers, other individuals you work with or used to work with at Brooklyn Center, right?
Some of them.
Sergeant Johnson is a good friend of yours.
Judge, I object to this. It's outside the scope.
The objection is sustained beyond the scope.
You also told Dr. Miller that you don't make mistakes, right? You told him that?
If it's in the report, yes.
And you told him that you don't want to hurt or injure anybody. Right?
Right?
You mentioned to Dr. Miller your relationship with the individuals that you work with, right?
Yes.
And that was very important to you, right?
Yes.
You advocated for their interests in a lot of settings, didn't you, for the people that you worked with?
I advocate for everybody.
You had a very close relationship with them. You referred to Sergeant Johnson as a rock star, haven't you?
I don't know what would have done that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
In all of your years there as experience in all of the patrols that you conducted, did you have to rely on your partners for assistance anytime you did a stop or an investigation of any nature?
Yes.
And that would be the family of the police department at Brooklyn Center, correct?
Yes.
And they were your second family, weren't they?
Yes.
As far as complaints, in the 26 years that you were a police officer, did you ever have one citizen complaint?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the scope.
The objection is sustained beyond the scope.
I have no further questions.
Any further cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down.
Thank you.
Thanks, Russ.
Does the state have rebuttal?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Does the state have any rebuttal witnesses the defense has rested?
We do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Members of the jury, all the testimony is in. So what's going to happen is that on Monday morning, I'm going to give you the instructions of law you need to apply in rendering your verdict, and then the attorneys will have a chance to do their final arguments to you. Now, so we're starting on Monday. I've got to read the cautionary long version again so that you don't do any research. Don't let outsiders influence you. This includes family members and friends and anyone else who is not actually involved in this trial. Don't discuss the case with other jury members during the trial. Again, you'll have plenty of time to do this at the end of the trial. Once you have had all the evidence, I've sent you to the jury room with my instructions and the verdict forms. Don't talk to anyone involved in the case, of course, the defendant, the lawyers, or the witnesses. If anyone tries to discuss this case with you outside the courtroom, please report this to me. When you go home over the weekend, do not talk to your family, friends, or others about the case. You may tell them that you are a juror on a criminal case, and that is all that you should tell them. Do not report your experiences as a juror while the trial and deliberations are going on. Do not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Google, YouTube, or other social networking sites about this trial, even if I have not specifically mentioned other social media sites. Don't visit any chat rooms where this case may be discussed. Do not read or listen to news reports on newspapers, magazine, radio, television, podcasts, or other media about this case. Don't do your own investigation. Do not ask people about the case. Do not visit any of the locations mentioned in the trial. Do not use internet map applications such as MapQuest or Google Earth or similar mapping media to view the locations. Do not research anything about the case, including the issues, evidence, parties, witnesses, location, or the law through any form of written, print, electronic, or internet media, including Google, Safari, Firefox, Bing, or other similar search engine. Do not create your own demonstrations or reenactments of the events which are the subject of the case. Remember, you can't consider anything you hear or learn about this case outside this courtroom. If you don't follow these instructions, again, you may jeopardize the trial and we might have to start all over again. If you become aware that another juror may have violated any of these rules, you need to let me know that. Okay? So, members of the jury, first of all, I want to thank you for your attention during this trial. I want you to have a good weekend, and we'll reconvene on Monday at 9 o'clock. All right, please be seated. Okay, counsel. Okay. All right. All right. Okay, you should have received another draft of the jury instructions by email. I had Zach do this or Mr. Kramer do this in 14 points so us older folks can read it. Okay. So have you had a chance to review the new draft? Okay, I'd like to have a discussion about jury instructions this afternoon. Why don't we take a half an hour break? And Mr. Frank, if you could send me your suggested language on the non-deadly force. I've got one in here, a clarifying provision in it, but I'd like to see yours. So a half an hour should be enough? Okay. Okay, we'll reconvene at 2:30.
Can Ms. Potter be excused?
Yes, you may be excused. I mean, she's coming back for jury instruction argument, right? Okay. So, 2:30. All right. Counsel, we're gonna, did you want to say something, Mr. Gray?
What'd she say? You wanted to know if he could take his mask off.
I'm behind plexiglass. Okay.
All right.
All right. If you're speaking, you can take your mask off. Okay. All right. All right. Let's go through this page by page. Okay. You have our most recent draft, the one Zach sent you. Anything on page 1?
No, Your Honor.
Page 2.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Page 3.
No, Your Honor.
Nope.
Page 4.
Yeah, right here. No objection.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, page 5.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, now we're at page 6. Do we need a superseding cause instruction?
Absolutely. You got it in there?
It is in here. I was just wondering if it's at all applicable.
It is applicable.
Okay,
Well,
you don't,
We believe it's applicable.
what I understand the argument's going to be is that by fleeing, he's the cause. It can't, as a matter of law, be superseding of the
Right.
events. So, no, a superseding cause is not
That's
necessary.
part of the case. You can't mandate that it's not.
okay, I'm going to keep it in, okay? Anything on 7 that you want to object to? This
No,
is,
Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
okay, now we're at 8. And I've changed down at the bottom, I've struck affirmative defense and just left it at defense. The jury's not going to understand what affirmative is or isn't.
Sort of sounds like
So it'll say defense hyphen authorized use of deadly force by a police officer.
you shouldn't put good defense in there. No?
The version I have, Your Honor, it does say affirmative, so you're taking that out since.
We're taking out affirmative because nobody understands what that means. All right. And I think the state wanted to be heard on my change to the standard instruction on the kind and degree of force. The standard instruction did not have the hindsight language, which is in the standard instruction for non-deadly force. Or has the state withdrawn its objection?
No, Your Honor, if I can just make a record about that, we did.
Sure.
Can you hear me okay? So the state's position, Your Honor, is, first of all, that the use of non-deadly force instruction should not be given. I realize we're not at that point yet. But the hindsight language, we oppose the inclusion of that. And so if we're looking at page 9 of the proposed instructions, that last full paragraph, there is a sentence about halfway down that says the reasonableness of the particular use of force must be judged from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, rather than with the benefit of hindsight, taking into consideration split-second judgments, tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving. I think we all are familiar now with that language. It's that language, Your Honor, that we feel the court should not include. Prior to that sentence, maybe I'm doing this backwards, is the sentence that says to determine whether or not the actions of the police officer are necessary, you must look at those facts known to the police officer at the precise moment she acted with force. We think that's appropriate, and that's an accurate statement of the law. All that follows is simply repeating that same concept, that, in other words, that we're limited to looking at what the officer knew at the time, and is unnecessary language, because that's already included in the instruction. That language is, we heard testimony from Professor Stoughton, and I think might have been Mr. Imes, or one of the trainers anyway, that explained that 20/20 hindsight language is about that very concept. You can't look at facts that occur afterwards. My central issue continues to be with this additional language that comes out of appellate decisions in immunity cases where the appellate court is essentially telling the lower courts, in granting or denying immunity, you can't be looking at these things that we know or learn later. And so their appellate language, I get it, they're in an appellate opinion, and that's probably why they end up with the jig. But the reason I think they're inappropriate for a district court jury instruction is because they have the force of the court's authority behind them, and they're singling out specific facts for the jurors to consider. And that's why that additional language is improper in addition to being unnecessary. It's just a way of saying, also consider these things. So in other words, when we have a jury instruction on impeachment, the court gives, hey, you could consider some of these things, but we don't go forward and say people who use drugs are not as reliable. You know what I mean? We don't use it. We don't tell them how to think about certain things. And that's what I think this language does and is improper. My feeling that what probably happened is the writers of the jigs saw that language in the opinion and included it. Our position is it's unnecessary and actually improper to add it. That is our objection to that language.
Okay. Mr. Ng.
Are we persistent in its inclusion? We had a discussion about this in chambers. This is consistent with Graham versus Connor, and we would prefer and ask you to keep this language in as it is.
Okay. Two things. First of all, the U.S. Supreme Court has specifically stated that this is an appropriate consideration in determining reasonableness. And number two, it is the standard jig for non-deadly force. And I'm just using the same standard in the deadly force instruction. So that hindsight language is already part of the standard jig for non-deadly force, but not for deadly force. There's no reason why it shouldn't be in the deadly force instruction. Okay. State's objection noted. And then number 10, at the top, the title should be use of non-deadly force, and strike authorize and strike defined. Then I like the state's suggestion on explaining this taser use. Did you get a copy of the state's? Okay.
We did get a copy of it.
All right. They're saying, in this case, you have heard testimony about whether, first of all, is the state objecting to any instruction on non-deadly force?
We are, Your Honors, as we argued before, the only use of force at issue in the case is the firing of the gun, which clearly is deadly force. And so we continue to take the position that the jury should not receive an instruction on the use of non-deadly force.
Okay, and I've overruled that objection because the state's expert stated that the use of the taser was unreasonable and inappropriate. So the state's expert really made it an issue. So, Mr. Ng?
Yes. Well, we read the state's proposal. We would object to the first sentence of the state's proposal and the last sentence, and then leave the balance of the instruction in.
Your Honor, I'm not going to argue that authorized use of non-deadly force is a defense at all. I might argue about it, talking about Professor Stoughton, Mr. Professor Stoughton, but I'm not gonna claim that. It's unnecessary. I mean, if I do, are you gonna instruct before or after the arguments?
Before.
Oh, okay. Well, then I can do it.
Okay, and, I like the state's language. In this case, you have heard testimony about whether the defendant's apparent decision to use a taser was reasonable or appropriate. I think that's accurate. And I would go down to the statutes of Minnesota provide that a police officer is authorized to use reasonable force in the line of duty, period.
Now, we would like you to say in executing a valid arrest warrant.
Well, you are instructed that executing a lawful arrest warrant is a duty imposed on officers by law. That's so subparts 1 through 4 are just duplicative and confusing. So there'd be a period after line of duty, and we would strike 1, 2, 3, and 4 and go straight to you're instructed that executing a lawful arrest warrant is a duty imposed on officers by law. And then the standard instruction on reasonable force. And I also like the state's suggestion on the explanation. Whether the defendant's apparent decision to use a taser was reasonable or appropriate is not a defense to the charges in this case.
It's not an absolute defense, I think you should put, because the evidence is entered into this case, and this professor says that that was a violation too. So I just think that if you're going to comment on it, but is whether the defendant's apparent decision to use a taser was reasonable or appropriate is something you may not consider in order. Yeah, leave it alone. I'll argue. No problem, Judge.
Okay.
No, that's okay.
Are you withdrawing your comments?
I don't know.
Are we okay with the state's proposal then?
Well,
I'm in a state of confusion always.
What? The actual language, whether the defendant's apparent decision to use a taser was reasonable or appropriate, is not a defense to the charges in this case.
But I can't argue, Judge, that her decision was appropriate as far as she was concerned.
Yeah.
She testified to that.
Yeah. You can argue that she could use a taser under the circumstances.
I do have a question.
But you can't say that she's not guilty of either charge because the use of the taser was appropriate.
Yeah, but it shows circumstantial evidence that she was in good faith, that she wasn't intentionally doing anything devious.
Well, okay, you can't argue that it's a defense. You can't say she's...
I'm not going to argue it as a defense.
Yeah.
But I am going to argue that Mr. Stoughton said that in his incredible opinion, he said that even what she did with the taser was unreasonable and appropriate. Read the instruction about Mr. Stoughton's opinion, and I'll point to it. That's all.
Okay.
So are you doing in toto the state's proposal here? Are you substituting it all in? Or you just, help me with what you're doing exactly at the top. I may have missed it, and I'm sorry to indulge.
Okay. I am adopting the state's proposed language, the introductory language. So it'll say, use of non-deadly force. That's the title. In this case, you have heard testimony about whether the defendant's apparent decision to use a taser was reasonable or appropriate. And then the last sentence would be whether the defendant's apparent decision to use a taser was reasonable or appropriate is not a defense to the charges in this case.
Are you going to cross off the state's 1 through 4
Right, 1 through 4. 1 through 4 is effectuating a lawful arrest, executing legal process, enforcing an order of the court, or executing any other duty imposed upon the officer by law. I mean, right under that, it says you are instructed that executing a lawful arrest warrant is a duty imposed on officers by law. Do you want additional language in there?
Well, we would like executing legal process, enforcing order of the court. I mean, what we asked for was the statute, 609.06, and the language of the statute should be
Okay, we can put,
included in our...
okay, we'll put it, oh, with all due respect. Okay, we'll put that back in.
That was probably
Okay, now, anything on 11?
Can I just make a record about this?
Yes.
So I indicated before, I think, so it may not need repetition, but I will, just our continuing objection to have this instruction in at all. And I want to point out that we also, of course, have the objection to the hindsight language in the definition paragraph here, consistent with the court's other definition of it in the deadly force. And then, Your Honor, I should point out, that that paragraph is different as well, just so we're all clear about this, in the first line, where in the deadly force instruction, it starts out saying, as to each count and defense. Right? So do you see what I mean? In the deadly force instruction, that last paragraph starts out as to each count or defense. I did not include that in the non-deadly force definition so that there wouldn't be any confusion when we go on and tell them this isn't a defense, right? I just want that clear to everybody.
Yeah, here's it.
So that, and then, Your Honor, if we're going to if we're going to reinsert paragraphs 1 through 4, I would ask the court to take out arrest in the next sentence. You are instructed that executing a lawful arrest warrant. All the testimony in this case has been that it was a bench warrant or a warrant, and so to call it an arrest warrant, I think it misstates it.
Judge, I just noticed, and I've had a few of these, what we missed here, and I walked by, at the, on page 7, on count 1 and count 2 both, at the end of them, if you find that each of these elements been proven beyond reasonable doubt, the defendant is guilty. If you find any element that has not been proven beyond reasonable doubt, the defendant is not guilty. In addition, if you find that the state failed to prove that reasonable force, you mean the language fault.
Well, once self-defense is raised, they have to prove it beyond reasonable. Prove she didn't act in self-defense beyond reasonable.
Yes. So that should be in here, because otherwise they say, well, the judge says if they prove these elements, he's guilty. But you got to warn them. Look at the self-defense or reasonable use of force instruction. And if the jury finds that it was reasonable use of force, they're not guilty. So you got to put in there that
Once you raise the defense, they have to disprove it beyond reasonable.
Right. It is on page 10 at the top of the page.
but my argument is with the last paragraph of count 1 and count 2, where you tell them if the elements are proven beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant is guilty. Unless the state whatever. You have to put that in there, that the state has the burden of proof to prove that reasonable force. There's a language. Help me out, Paul.
You're I'm sorry if I may.
It's in here.
At the bottom of page 8 is when the court's instructions start talking about defenses, it plainly says Minnesota law provides that no crime is committed and the police officer's actions are justified. And then, of course, as the court pointed out, at the end of the instruction, it says they're not guilty of a crime.
So it's in there. You're covered. Okay. All right, and let's go back. Let's go back to page 9, the last full paragraph. I'm wondering if the language that says as to each count or defense is confusing.
You don't think so?
Okay. Leave that the way it is what the defense says, right?
We want
Okay. All right. I shouldn't have brought it up because everybody agrees, right? All right, where were we? Are we on page 11?
Well, and I think we're all done with the non-deadly force changes. I did ask, Your Honor, to have the court remove arrest between lawful and warrant in the non-deadly force instruction.
You know what? I'm going to leave everything in there. You know, I just tried to make this a little bit easier for the jury, but if the defense wants it in there, I'm going to leave it in there. Okay, are we on 11? Anything on 11?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on 12? The implicit bias instruction is incorporated under duties of jurors. So 12 or 13?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. We're fine.
Okay. And did you have a chance to take a look at the verdict forms?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. No objection to the verdict forms either, right?
They haven't changed at all since the last
No. Okay. Here's what I'd like to do. First of all, yes. Oh, I like it when you raise your hand. Okay. He raised his hand first.
Before we transition out of the jury instructions, the defense did request an instruction on policy, and we would like a ruling one way or another. The instruction that I requested via email, which I'd like to read into the record and get a ruling from you. Brooklyn Center police policies are not criminal statutes, period. An alleged violation of a policy is not a crime, period. And we requested that on December 14th, and the court deferred ruling. We do persist in requesting that, and if we would like a ruling one way or another from you at your leisure, but I do want to persist in that.
Okay, I forgot about that. Does the state object? I mean, it's true.
Yeah, it's true but unnecessary. We're defining the crimes for them, and very specifically telling them to find them guilty, you have to find these elements. And it's just not necessary, potentially confusing, to give them a specific instruction about policy.
Okay, I'm going to include it because it's true, and it's an accurate statement. Okay.
I'm sorry. We had requested some language be added to the instruction because it's not incomplete. I mean, it's not complete. And I'm trying to remember the exact, because I don't have it in front of me, but but it can be considered in determining, whether the defendant is guilty, because that's also true. Right? It is evidence in the case, and so.
I'm not going to talk about that. You can't consider that in determining whether she's guilty or not guilty. Plus, you don't know what we're arguing about. The Brooklyn Center policies are consistent with the law. So I'm not going to add that additional language, but where would you like that put in the jury? Where do you think it fits?
Right after page 5, after demonstrative evidence, charges are considered.
fine.
Okay, we'll put it on page 5. Right after demonstrative evidence. All right.
What will the title be?
Oh, yeah. What's the title?
Falling.
Evaluation of policies.
Consideration of policies?
Consideration of policies.
Okay. Consideration of policies. Okay. I'll make the changes and recirculate another copy. We'll do it in 14 inch, okay? So, and if you notice anything at all, any typos or anything, let me know by no later than 4 o'clock, okay? And let's see. Oh, would the defense take the time, please, to look at the thumb drive on the computer that the state has? That because there's a computer, a laptop that's going to go to the jury room, right? And then there's that thumb drive with all the exhibits on it. So I want the defense to stay and look at all the exhibits so that you can confirm that all the exhibits that were entered are on the thumb drive, and check out the computer, the laptop, to make sure that it's clean of any other material. The laptop that goes back with the jurors will not have internet capability, okay? And then tomorrow morning, I just want to put on the record that you've had enough time to look at that, look at the thumb drive exhibits to make sure that's appropriate, and that you've also had a chance to take a look at the laptop and make sure that it's appropriate to go back to the jury room. So we'll make a record of that tomorrow. And oh, that's okay. Oh, yeah. We'll do it Monday. Okay. I misspoke. Okay. Yeah.
I had just circulated an email to everybody about the 2 defense exhibits. And we need to get electronic copies of those to put on the. You're on that already?
I sent you our 2 electronic
Did you?
exhibits. Yep.
Okay. And then we try to keep track of all exhibits that were received, and I, of course, would like to think we are flawless at that, but I would rather seek some corroboration. So if the court has an exhibit list, I'd like to kind of cross-reference ours with theirs, with yours, and then once we do that, we can dump all that onto the electronic stuff we need to.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Kramer's going to help you with that. Okay, what else? I think that's it. All right, counsel, I just want to tell you that I've really enjoyed having you. It was a really well-tried case on both sides.
I kept making those long objections, Judge.
You can't help yourself, can you, Mr. Gray? All right. Okay. Have a relaxing weekend if you can.